Hello friends and fellow Frosties, and welcome to Chapter 2 of Castleton. This is a story like no other, with over 100 TTRPG content creators all playing the characters in a world where gods, demigods, and mortals all participate in what is known as the matching season. Every eligible unmatched from the 3 mortal nations below attend the castle for 3 months of revelry, during which there are political delegations, balls, and gladiator fights to the death. But don't forget that you, the audience, can also help us tell the story by helping or hindering these characters. Those of you watching can back a character with a magic item, a magic weapon, or a boon. And every donation to a player will also grant them influence. You can also use your channel points to gift influence to a nation, or save them up to gift them to a specific house, or even to a character directly. And trust me, you may want to do that. And then there's, of course, sabotage. Our highest donation option for a reason. Reduce a character's influence, have them make a misstep in combat, spread a rumor about them, or even cause an outright scandal. The sabotage given will be up to the player and the DM's discretion, but it might seriously affect the outcome of the matching season. The donation link is in chat, or you can find it at ko-fi.com/winterstalesco. You can also take a closer look at these characters and see how many items, weapons, and boons they already have, because maybe if one character already has 6 boons, you should gift it to another person? I don't know, it's up to you. On our website, winterstalesco.com/Castleton. 50% of anything raised during the running of Castleton will also be going to the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Lastly, please know that Castleton is a pre-filmed event, which means that your donations may not help these characters live in the moment, but it could save them in their next game session. Now, I think it's time we meet the next round of characters, don't you? As we dive back into the story, we do have a ball to get to after all. We begin tonight's chapter on the balcony, overlooking the 3 mortal nations below, a space that exists between the ephemerals and the hidden walk. Candace, could you please describe to us your character?
Lady Ammaya is about 6'5", strong shoulders, curvy body. They have a medium brown skin with a smattering of white freckles. Their golden eyes kind of peer out at the nations before them. Their hair is kind of like a kinky, curly, slightly twisted looking mass of gray and silver and white. Their horns kind of sit proudly atop their head, ringed by some really beautiful flowers and greenery. She pulls softly on a really nicely wrought pipe, and blows little plumes of smoke that twist into vines and flowers and other little shapes of nature, as she sort of just takes in this moment, trying to find a sense of peace before beginning the day.
You look down to the mortal nations, specifically to the Empire of Arma, knowing that 1,000 years ago, war was brewing between the mortals so viciously, and they would have wiped themselves out had your younger sister not intervened, given up her immortality to become the first Empress of Arma, and pass on a royal line like none other before it. As you look to the Empire of Arma, you see the giant stone castle very far in the distance. And you know that this season, 4 of her descendants will be arriving to be unmatched. As you contemplate this, you feel a presence arrive, albeit late, but arrive nonetheless to your daily routine. CB,
As the metaphorical camera is peering at the pipe and these little flowers and vines that are being formed from the smoke, it's as if reality takes foot as these flowers begin to wilt and the petals begin to decay and ash as it falls to the ground, as this soft black smoke emanates behind the Lady Ammaya, and as it coalesces, it forms into this 6'1", dark brown skinned individual wearing blacks and purples. There is a brooch that is upon the ascot that they wear. It is black and purple as well, with a black king piece, very prominent. Upon their head is a top hat, quite large, not too large, but large enough. Their eyes are bright purple as well, almost a ethereal bluish violet, though where there should be whites, it's just a void of blackness. And as they appear next to the lady, they don't look at them, not yet, mirroring their eyes, watching the mortal nation of Arma below. And how is my dear Lightbringer today?
Oh, cousin. As always, wonderful to see you, Scrios. I'm all right. Biding my time.
Biding your time, looking upon the very etching of your sisterhood. Interesting.
Yes. I miss her with every passing day. It doesn't get any easier to carry around, but it does me much good to see what her sacrifice means to others. Excited for this matching season?
Excited as I can be. You know, this is the perfect time to see the seeds planted, to set up the pieces. I'm sure you're not just watching. If anything, if I know myself, that means I know you.
I plan to be on my best behavior, as always.
At that, he actually looks over. I thought we wouldn't lie to each other.
Never to you. All right, maybe I have some things in the works. You know I like to dabble, but I am going to try. I should like it very much if this passed rather quickly. Is it bad that I'm already a little over it? I'm looking forward to the ambrosia.
You and I, inspiration, corruption, and Ouroboros, ever turning, ever shifting. We don't get to be tired. This is what we are born to do.
As always, I learn something new from you all the time.
I'm sure I'll learn something from you as well, though patience won't be one of them.
Well, let the games begin, so to speak.
He just stands right next to them, stand hand in hand, almost side by side. This being of lightness, being of darkness, watching, waiting to see what shall happen next.
Perfect. We move away from these two figures watching over the three mortal lands. We move deeper into the castle, the demigod city that floats above. We move, in fact, into the quarters of the Duchess herself, into her bedchamber. As the curtains are drawn by magic themselves, the sunlight streams in, and we find two individuals in this scene. Emma, could you please describe the Duchess for us to start with?
So normally one can often hear the Duchess approaching before spotting her, with the click of her well-polished thigh-high boots, But in this scenario, we don't have to worry about that. She is a Kalishtar she-they with short, close-cropped, tousled red locks and pale lavender eyes. Some may consider the Duchess to be a handsome woman as opposed to a beautiful one. But she is certainly one that surprises, coming in at 5'3", whereas most of the demigods tower above. She is certainly one that makes up for it in presence. She welcomes the spectacle and has a sparkle of fun and humor in her eye while trying to be diplomatic.
Of course. And waking beside you in this moment, Christian, could you please describe your character for us?
Absolutely. So, beside is a almost opposite figure at 6'7", towering athletic build, massive creature almost, with this short cropped on the sides, long braided white hair. Even now the braid remains. On his face there is like a noticeable scowl that remains even in his most relaxed sleeping states. It seems as though his brows are just sort of angled downwards. And I think across his chest there are a number of scars, a number of markings, but none of them on his face. I think that he is he's an asomorph, but there is no indication of that outside of his stature until things start to get a little bit more real. So at the moment, he is just a 6'7" athletic creature with a number of dubious looking scars.
You feel the magical presence of this particular space, I might say, as the curtains open themselves and tea is almost poured into cups beside the both of you through magical means. Nothing in this particular room is normal, especially not waking up beside each other. The gods might not approve of that. You smell the tea as you both awake to the first day of the matching season. I leave the scene to you two.
I think Rygard might be the first to wake up just because tea smells like food-ish. And that's always an exciting prospect. So as the tea sort of begins to pour, his nose wrinkles and he sort of starts. And then a very practiced initial glance around the room as he's waking up, just to be completely certain of his surroundings before turning to the Duchess. And I think just takes a moment to try and gather whether or not she's waking or stirring, or if it seems like that she is still just completely out cold.
Can she pretend to be asleep?
You can certainly try. Roll me a deception check.
I sure will.
First roll of the game.
Oh, no shit. Oh, no, shoot. So that is
You can swear. It's okay.
Okay, cool. Okay, sorry.
That's all right.
I panicked. 8 on the dice, but plus 11 is going to give me a 19.
Okay. Christian, you can determine whether that's high enough that you would know for yourself.
I've got a passive insight of 16. Let me ask this question. If I roll, can I roll with advantage because of my knowledge of the individual that I'm trying to...
Of course.
Okay, all right.
Go for it.
Okay, with an 18 on the dice plus 6 for insight, I look over and recognize the very trained attempt to feign sleep. And I think I clock that, grunt, and then very haphazardly exit looking for the exit the bed, rather looking for the tea. But again, trying to make as much noise as possible in my very say nothing way of saying, I know.
Oh, because when she hears the movement, she's going to wait till his back is turned and try to, like, grab him and, like, try to, like, grapple him.
You can certainly try. Roll me a strength check to see whether you can grapple the demigod of thunder.
Negative mods. We can certainly try.
Gotta give it a try.
Nope. It's a 3.
I think with a 3, you latch on and he still gets up to get tea. So you are now, like, wrapped around Rygard as he picks up the tea and saucer, the teacup and saucer.
And as this tiny Kalishtar woman, you know, kind of has your arm around your neck, she grabs your braid, tickles the end of it against your cheek, and goes, I win, and gives you a quick kiss on the cheek.
I think he, like, jerks instinctively at the tickle, and his scowl lightens a little bit, and just a hint of a grin, I think, peeks at the corners of his mouth as he pours, I think, instinctually again, 2 cups. And I think that he would know, again, without having to ask what it would be that you would have in your tea. So however it is that you would prefer to have your tea, he just sort of, again, instinctually does that, hands it over his, it's just tea. And he turns to, I think, sort of like delicately takes you off of his back and, like, sets you in front of him. And he's like, yes, I suppose you do. So that's, what? 5, 6 points you, 0 points me, if we're counting by your rules.
Yes, but I won the race yesterday. She flushes, flutters her eyes.
That doesn't count. That business doesn't count. That was... I'm sorry, my Pegasus was injured. Why are you trying to claim that this is equal footing?
War and wisdom, darling. War and wisdom.
7-0. Are you happy? Is that better?
You make me so happy. And she'll give you a little wink as she goes to get you food, because she knows you're probably hungry. And as she turns, she'll say over her shoulder, feels different this year, doesn't it?
The scowl that had sort of, like, lightened immediately returns, and his gaze moves to his tea as he sort of, like, shuffles with his cup. Not a rare moment to the Duchess, probably a more rare moment publicly of the awkward nature as he sort of, like, shifts around with his teacup in hand, and says, yes, I suppose it is a bit different this year.
You have a moment to tell the Duchess of what you might know, what you have been told. But you are sadly interrupted immediately by the familiar sound of Fitzwilliam at the door. Andy, could you please describe to us your character?
Fitzwilliam is the demigod of gambit and risk. He is a sibling to the Duchess, considered her right hand. He is never far from her. He possesses a commanding presence, with his tall stature standing at least 6'4". His broad shoulders hint at physical strength, while his posture and body language lend him an air of wisdom and resilience. He has piercing golden eyes that seem to hold an untold story. Though, if you have spent any amount of time with him, they do change color depending on certain stresses or stimuli. He has brown hair. It is perfectly coiffed, with no hair out of place, adding to his overall charm, because charm is necessitated by hair. Overall, Fitzwilliam's appearance exudes a combination of strength, resilience, and quiet authority.
The knock interrupts whatever you were going to say, Rygard. As, well, the Duchess, you would know exactly who this would be. No one else would come to the door of your chamber.
Fitzy. It's not even 10.
Sorry, Duchy. He is required. His morning exercises and training.
I think at this point she's going to open the door and peek out a little. Oh, I'll cut you off, Christian. Go for it.
I had completed my complaint.
Right.
Perfect timing. The complaint had just landed, and you nailed it.
She'll peek out the door a little bit and go.
Oh, yes.
She's wearing a very large overshirt.
Oh.
She's like, "Come, brother. There's nothing new to see."
Indeed. How long do you think?
She turns around and I think she just takes a moment to take him in. Maybe he's scowling back at her.
I think he has set the tea down. He's grabbed the robe that he typically wears. It's like this sort of like blue robe. It's kind of simple, but like the lining of it is has some fun intricacies. Lots of gold accents, but hasn't put it on. So again, he's just sort of got these like blue pants on. He's just sort of put these boots over them, and he's still shirtless at the moment. He picks up his robe, turns and makes eye contact with you, and just sort of like very subtly shrugs, and his eyes roll just a bit as his scowl deepens a little farther, hearing Fitz's voice say, "How long?"
She'll respond, "Effective immediately." And then she'll turn away so that she's facing Fitz, so that she's not looking at Rygard, and says, "Our best soldier is needed. Carry on." And you see a kind of like mask slowly slide into place. As her posture changes, the twinkle of fun and mischief completely gone, as she goes to dress for the day and prepare.
Perfect. Rygard, as you exit the chamber, you move to a bookshelf that is standing in the hallway. As you slide it across, you find the familiar chalking mark of a hidden solar circle for you to step through and return to your place of living, of working, so that no one may know that you were ever here. You step through, leaving Fitzwilliam and the Duchess to have a quiet moment before the day's events. All of the responsibilities that come with being the Duchess are to occur. Starting, of course, with a meeting with the demigod of discipline for tonight's events.
Sorry to interrupt your morning. I know how you value your time, and I know how you value him as well.
As she's getting ready, she's pulling on military garb, adjusting the hat, putting on the spectacles. When you say value him, she freezes. Inhales, turns, and there is a simple smile plastered on her face. "It's just a little fun, brother. So, tell me."
No doubt. Of course. Yes. Absolutely.
What news of the front?
Yes.
What shall we prepare today?
Well,
What challenges?
we must meet
what
with...
battles await?
We must meet with demigod of discipline, Draxian. He has news that he wishes to communicate to us.
And, any matches I should know? For you?
Well, madam. No. And he doesn't blush, but there is almost a moment where his eyes sort of very quickly flicker from gold to like a very bright pink, and he just pauses and composes himself. No, madam, nothing for me. In terms of matches, I will of course convey to you information once I have it.
I know you will. And at this point, she goes up to him, and she's fully dressed, and she dusts off. He's perfectly clean. It's more so a sign of her best attempt at a sign of affection, as she brushes off his shoulder pads, maybe pretending to pick off lint. It's just a form of connection. As she says, "This year has to be different."
We will make it so.
Yes. And I hope to be an aunt by the end of it. And you see the sparkle twinkle in her eye a bit as she waggles her eyebrows at you, and then clicks heels out the door, leaving you behind.
Fitzwilliam rolls his eyes and proceeds out the door and closes the entryway.
As you close the entryway, the door magically seals up to camouflage as the wall itself. No one can know where the Duchess resides or sleeps. As we enter into the war room, so to speak, we find our final character for this grouping. Rob, please describe to us Draxian and what he might be doing in the war room as they arrive.
Is it am I alone, or is this as Duchess and Fitzwilliam are arriving?
They're arriving.
I think then they enter this war room and they're sort of in the foreground, and then they hear from off screen, as it were, "I said dawn, not an hour past." And then the two of them sort of part to the side, and he reveals, like, sit across the other side of the room behind this huge war table, a very imposing individual. Looks mostly human, except for the fact that he's 6'6" and equally as round, as barrel-chested as well. He is an imposing, very strong, very obviously military man. His entire face is very angular and sharp. He has this very thick, fiery red bushy beard and fiery red hair as well, but they are both kept very, not bushy, I should say, actually, just thick, but very well maintained and groomed. He wears military garb and it looks like it's been ironed and pressed while he's wearing it. It's that pristine and that looked after. He is very much Dom energy, if that helps to describe him. And as he says this to you, as he shouts, "I said dawn, not an hour past," he draws a sword out and he comes charging towards you, and he's immediate. And you guys have seen this before. Like, if you are late to one of his meetings, he will attack you as like a form of discipline, and then you are forced to defend yourself. It's a way of training. So if you're okay with it, what's your armor class? Because I'm gonna go for you, Duchess.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go.
Well, first you gotta swing before I tell you my armor class straight out.
Well, I got an 18 total.
That would hit.
As I swing through, you see that the blade starts to vibrate with one of his smites as well. He's adding a wrathful smite to this, and then he's going to pump in a divine smite as well. And in usual Robert fashion, I rolled 3 1s on the 5 dice, so that's only going to be 17 points of damage. Some of it radiant, some of it psychic, some of it slashing. And I need a wisdom saving throw or become frightened of me. As I make you, I take a strike, and you have to dive back out of the way of it.
Okay. So that is going to be a 24.
24 succeeds. So you succeed on the fear effect that I was trying to make you frightened of me as the disciplining master that I am. I strike down towards you, and I say, "What was it so important that kept you up this morning?" And then I get back as if you're about to strike me back, because I know how it usually goes.
So I think So I think with the blade, your blade hit the ground, right?
Yeah.
So she's shorter than you. So I think she grabs the blade, trails her fingers up, and gives you a flick of bardic inspiration as she says, "Calm yourself, brother."
I will calm myself, sister, when you show some respect for my time. And I spin it around and then sheathe the sword.
Always so quick to rage and anger. You do realize we have plans to be made. Time must be spent gently.
You dare lecture me on time when you're an hour late? Sit down, and then I'll walk back to my place.
She does not sit down.
Neither does Fitzwilliam. In fact, you see Fitzwilliam visibly relax, like he knew the attack was going to come, like it always does. But you see his hand, which was slightly raised as if about to cast a spell, just clench and bring it back down.
You also have a D10 now, Robert, for inspiration.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
It would have been very good if he just used that on you immediately.
He could have. He could have.
I was thinking the same thing as well, because if you had failed the wisdom save, I would have said you got my aura of protection from my paladin aura. You get to add to it, because they don't actually want to hurt each other. They're genuinely helping each other out with their abilities.
All right, PvP, here we go. I think now that she's sweating, she takes off, her military brocade jacket, and tilts back the hat and walks over in front of him and looks to see if there are any maps, any documents on the table.
Of course, they're all laid out in perfect alignment and everything. Everything's
like
laid out and
a deck of cards.
Organized.
Spreads them out all over the table. Much easier to see. You were saying, brother, I know time is of the essence.
This is the first day of the matching season. What have you in store?
It has to be spectacular. And you see she you're used to this. She'll put her hand to the temple and go, the gods. She can be a little melodramatic.
Yeah.
Cold to me. They ask for more. And at this, she tense her fingers on the table and leans into him. At 5'3", it's probably not physically imposing. But as she leans in, she goes, after the last debacle, we're going to have to change tactics. I want to see a love like none other. A match truly made. With revelry. So how
you understand that the purview of the love and the romance element of this has never been one that has interested me as much as the other elements. I don't care about your need for romance and whimsy. I'm interested in the fighting. I'm interested in the discipline. I'm interested in the combat.
Which is why you will always lose the war.
Which is why you're boring.
Sit down, Fitzwilliam.
Okay. He sits down.
All right, boys, please.
Draxian, you would know that as the demigod of discipline, when given the schematics for tonight's ball, you have made sure that every inch of the plan for this evening has been put into place.
Mm-hmm.
But you also know of some information that the Duchess does not. And although someone of your position, in the way that you are disciplined, would relay that information immediately, you have been told that she shall not know of this. She shall not know that the lead champion of the demigod city is being asked to participate as an unmatched this season. So simply, you lay out the plans.
And I assume that I do not know of their love affair.
You do not.
So I will begin to lay out the plans. We'll go through it. I will systematically, obviously, with great efficiency to my words. I will explain everything that I know about what the plan is. Moving through the papers, trying to put them back in order as I do, trying to grab them from you and put them back in order. And once I've done with that paper, that goes to the side. And once I've done with that paper, that goes on top of it, and I square it up nice and neatly.
And she will pick up the other ones and start putting them in alphabetical order, and then flip them around, and then start to make shapes on the tables with them. After he's trying to put them in a pile. This is something they've done for years. And she says, at this point, she leans in. And much like she did with Fitzwilliam's, it's awkward, but gives him a strong clap on the shoulder. Yet again, her attempt at connection. And says, I'm glad to have you in my corner, brother.
I could say the same.
I know it would be fabulous.
What is the sort of overview, AJ? What is the sort of overview of the plan for tonight? What are we outlining?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
This is purely in terms of how the ballroom has been built. In case anything goes down, whether there be fights amongst the unmatched at the ball itself, there has been some modifications to the opening ball.
And as you can see, the mechanisms have been checked and checked again thoroughly.
Did you put spikes in the orchestra pit?
You reduce things to such a base term, sister.
Brother, it's the orchestra pit.
Let him have his fun.
It works out. Should there be problems, it's the most efficient way to deal with things.
Impale the musicians, absolutely. All right.
Not just the musicians. Anyone who needs disciplining.
As soon as you are concluded with your plans, you begin preparing for the ball itself, and the Duchess goes to be made up as the face and voice of the gods. You were also handed by Fitzwilliam a speech for tonight as well. Sorry, go ahead.
As she leaves, before she's gone, I will run my hand down wherever it was that I caught her with my blade, and just like healing hands, it heals up any damage that I caused her from before.
At that, she'll pause, turn back, and go, "Oh, you do have a heart."
Don't let word get around.
Careful, Draxian. I do love to be adored by my little siblings, and she'll just.
You see the closest. You see the closest thing to what it can even pass as a smile on Draxian's face, just like the very twitch at the corner of the mouth that goes from a permanent scowl to just slightly softened, and then back to scowl.
At ease, soldiers. Keep calm, carry on. And she'll leave fully healed after that.
Perfect.
With Fitz.
We move over to Rygard in your place of living, as you see yet another threatening note glowing with almost the energy of the sun sitting on your desk.
Rygard, who has just sort of taken his robe and sort of slumped it over one of the chairs, which is sort of like haphazardly away from the desk where it should be, as there is no genuine work happening at any place in his bedroom. Looks at the note. Sighs, I think, deeply, and at this moment, I think that there's these really bright blue eyes, but I think the more upset that he gets, the more you can kind of see almost like storm clouds forming. It's almost like you can see little cracks of lightning in the irises, and it is on full display at the moment as he sees the note. So he unclenches his fist, remains clenched jawed, and picks up the note and opens it to see what this one says.
Your request has been denied. You will participate as an unmatched. Final answer. Do not test me.
Fuck. And he just sort of like flicks the note over to a corner of his room, I think, where there are a number of similarly glowing notes that have been flicked in a very similar fashion. And I think his first instinct is to lash out, to hit something, as that is kind of the one thing that he feels pretty good at. There's not a whole lot here. So I think he hustles through getting into a more appropriate attire for training, and rushes himself to a location where there is something that he can hit. Because at the moment, there is just no way that he understands to deal with the emotions that are sort of roiling around in his chest, and very transparently so through his eyes. So I think that is his next order of business. Just throwing some stuff on, grabs his hammer, a very like nicely designed small hammer that has these like sort of very symbolic lightning bolts etched into the handle, and heads off to the training portion of the castle.
Wonderful. Well, we shall check in with other unmatched in this matching season. It has been a long journey for you, Argus, traversing through Eldron on a mission that the Empress of Arma still has not spoken of. Something urgent, something that needed to take her away from the Empire of Arma, not but a week before the matching season begun. And weirder still, the day before the matching season, she sent you back. Still no word of whether her mission was completed, or whether the location you reached, a keep out in Eldron, was even the original destination. You have spent a long and tedious 24 hours trying to get back to the Empire of Arma in time to join the royal family on their airship. However, things did not go as planned. First, the weather was an issue, then a wheel of the carriage broke down, and finally, in the hopeless moment where you definitely felt like you had failed, a different carriage pulls up. G, let's start with you. Please describe to us your character as the door swings open before Argus.
What you see stepping out of the carriage, or whom you see, is quite a slender, reasonably sized, for her age, half-elf, with black and red hair that is slicked back in quite a tight fashion around the temple and down, dressed in very luxurious dark red velvet and gold trim dress with the puffy sleeves and the low cut front. And she's kind of fixing up the front of her hair, these like very big blue eyes, and a noticeable tattoo kind of sitting around the cheekbone on her left-hand side. And she's fiddling and fussing and pulling at the front of her hair. I can't believe you'd say it's too much gel. Right as what you could have said this hours ago, but no, you leave it till right now. And kind of turns to look over her shoulder at who she hopes is her brother coming behind her.
Yeah, and so emerging from behind this other individual is a male, slightly taller than the woman who's just emerged, but anyone who's looking would instantly know that they are family. Their appearance is strikingly similar. The same blue eyes, there's even down to the same tattoo of the birds across their upper cheek. This gentleman's got sort of dark brown, almost black hair, shaved at the sides but pulled back into a man bun, with some light blonde streaks, a very, very elegant red and gold shirt, and a long black coat. In one hand, he's holding a cane, which he uses to sort of hop down out of it. The cane would probably be for show. It's got a surprisingly large head on one end, which looks like, if you got a view of it, an elaborate silver rose. And as he steps down, he kind of checks on the ground to make sure he's not putting his expensive shoes in anything that's too dirty. And goes, look, sister, you always use too much gel. I mean, how many times do I have to tell you this? It looks ridiculous.
And you say this now. You say this right now.
I
Barnabas!
say it.
Barnabas!
Barnabas, come out and can you come and help us at least for a little bit, Barnabas?
You see a tiny impish character pop out from underneath the carriage, almost as if they were holding on to ropes underneath the wheels, pops down, immediately scurries over to the female, climbs up her dress and starts to scrape gel out of her hair around the temple. The sounds coming from this very small man just seem very peculiar. There's a lot of... It sounds kind of like language, but maybe that's just how he expresses himself. Juli, could you please describe to us the individual that these two siblings find in the middle of the road?
Of course. Well, standing before them, if there is any confusion on Argus's face, it is perhaps somewhat hidden by the almost military-grade cabaret mask that they have on, made to be nondescript rather than showy. Their long, silvery Air Genasi hair is tied back in a ponytail, and their skin, which has this almost translucent silver color as well, is perhaps reflecting some of the light, but their outfit is noticeably brown and nondescript. Regardless of whether Argus is especially familiar with these individuals or not, I assume he's taking in their garb, perhaps recognizing some of the symbols to know that they are not only nobles, but also friends. And they're going to take a deep bow, raising one hand, laying it across the stomach, and then bowing forward and saying, "My lieges, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Argus, the faceless servant of House Armadeum."
Thank you, Barnabas. Thank you, darling. Thank you so much. Thank you, bye. Artie, want to greet our new friend?
Well, I mean, I just assumed that you were going... Well, fine. Artie will do a very shallow bow, almost just a head nod. My name is Artimendius Larke. This here is my sister, Lyre.
A pleasure to meet you. A pleasure.
We're on the road, traveling up towards the castle. You seem to be having some difficulty here at the moment, potentially.
Oh, this is Barnabas, by the way. Please
Oh, yes,
him.
but I can't
no
forget
mind.
about Barnabas. Sorry, your hair looks better, by the way, darling.
Thank you, darling. Thank you, Barnabas. A pleasure as always. Just make sure to wash your hands before we start talking. Okay, yeah. Very good, very good. A pleasure to meet you. Sorry, Argus, was it?
Argus, yes.
Argus, a beautiful name. We're so sorry to interrupt. We were headed somewhere. Where were we headed, darling?
To the castle.
Oh, of course. How could I forget? I assume you're headed that way as well? You seem to have run into a bit of bother.
Argus takes the briefest of moments to consider. I'm not entirely sure what mission the Empress has sent me on, but it seems like I'm exactly where I need to be. Yes, I believe this is the exact mission that I was sent on. I was looking for both of you, actually.
Oh, us? Wow. Incredible.
I believe I am to escort you to where Her Majesty desires.
Just kind of gives Artie a little nudge with the arm. Just,
I mean, of course. I mean, this makes...
Of course. We'd be
perfect
delighted.
sense. Absolutely.
Yes,
absolutely.
perfect sense. Yes.
Lyra,
Yes.
could I get you to please roll me a history check?
Absolutely. Oh, first roll of the night.
Yeah. You got this.
Please.
I believe in you.
Oh, that is 19.
Okay. With a 19, this is an incredibly beneficial roll to you.
Wonderful.
House Armadeum are the royal family of the Empire of Armor. Well above your station, very much out of your league. This individual has introduced themselves as a guard, one of the faceless guards to the royal family of an opposing nation. You two being from the nation of Eldron and making a name for yourselves, yes, are not from one of the noble houses of Eldron, are not royalty, and are certainly not demigod descendants, as the House Armadeum are. Making a friend with Argus here could put you in a very good position to potentially be introduced to one of these royals. Maybe make a good step in the right direction in the upcoming matching season. If you were to take him to the solar circle nearby that would teleport you to the floating city above, maybe you could score an invitation to tea. You never know.
Lyre is going to just kind of scratch at the right side of the temple, which Artie would know is the incoming telepathy, to just retell that information. So he's also up to speed and doesn't say anything that might throw us off. So we're on the same page. And we will turn back to Argus with that information we now both have. Funny to meet someone of your station amongst the trees. We would be delighted, of course, to attend with you. There's actually a teleportation circle around here. We should go together. Only makes sense, right? Travel in pack?
Oh, I'm quite aware of the teleportation circle. After all, I was looking for you to bring you to it.
Of course, silly me, but we should go together, right, brother dear? Together?
Oh, I mean, absolutely. That makes perfect sense. I mean, two's company, three's a party, right?
Indeed. Let us go.
May I ask the time of day, DM?
Of course. You're looking at about midday at this point. The storm from earlier this morning has cleared up in the nation of Eldron, and if you can make your way to the keep that hosts the solar circle, you should be able to reach the floating city and potentially also where the royal family would be staying by about 1 p.m., 1:30 p.m. They would already be there if they have left this morning for the beginning of the matching season.
Very well. So still quite early. In that case, Argus is going to nod and smile at the Larks and say, "Very well, we'll be on our way. My carriage seems to have hit a bit of a snag.
Oh.
I couldn't possibly ask to ride in the carriage of nobles such as yourself, but I would be happy to take up the front."
Our pleasure for you to join us within the carriage. It's not a problem in the slightest.
What is the ours is yours. You're doing us a great service. It's only fair, of course. We'd never make you sit at the front. Come on, come with us.
Oh, do you have any luggage? We can get Barnabas to go and bring any of your belongings and load them up.
He's very good at it.
He is very good.
He's very strong.
I can see that. Argus is going to just tap a finger on the rapier on their hip and say, "I have all that I need."
Prepared.
Very well. Interesting. Well, and Artie will sort of stand to the side and say, "After you, Argus."
Very well. Argus steps into the carriage, and when facing away from the siblings, they're going to touch their chest with their finger and very quietly mutter a vigilant blessing to themselves. Not yet entirely sure if they are to be comfortable in this moment, and they're just going to whisper, "If anyone untoward wishes to fight, I'll see their person vanished in the night," and give themselves advantage on their next initiative roll as the winds kind of swirl around them.
I think meanwhile, while the back is turned, Lyre just turns to Artie. He's like,
Yeah. There is that instant look between these two of like, you can almost see like, I don't know, dollar signs flashing in their eyes, just that instant twin communication of
just the biggest dorks.
Yeah.
Incredible. Argus, could I also please get you to roll me a perception check as you step into this carriage?
Absolutely. I will add +5 to this delicious 18, giving us 23.
Ooh.
Holy shit.
Nice.
Wonderful. With that incredibly high number, you can ascertain very quickly as you step into the carriage that it's been decorated and presented in a way that seems ambiguous to nation and seems as though it is a lot more wealthy than it might actually be. The paint fresh, the cushions redecorated with new fabric to hide whatever was beneath, and you can tell because there are no symbols of houses within or outside of this carriage, that these two may be posing as a noble house, and not actually noble-born.
Arcus's hand briefly just tightens on the handle of their rapier before they return sitting to a very comfortable position, turns to the twins. Shall we go, my lieges?
We shall indeed. We shall indeed.
And Artie will offer his hand for Lyre as she climbs in, and we'll follow
Thank you,
suit.
darling. Just making sure that Barnabas is where he's supposed to be and hasn't wandered off.
Yeah.
If I lose him, I'm in massive trouble. Okay, great. He's still where he's supposed to be. I hop on into the carriage, and I'm just going to sit with my back as wedged into the corner as I can, so I'm facing both Artie and Argus. And I'd just like to give Argus just a once-over, if there's anything that would stand out, besides what we already know, any behavior that might pose an issue in getting us there in one piece.
Insight check.
Ooh.
Come on, it's so good before. Give me something good. Ooh, okay. What is that? I see my dice.
It's not convincing.
It's not showing up on my thing. Okay, I think that was 7, so plus 4, 11.
11. Okay. Very difficult to read. Not only because of the mask, but the entire composure of this particular individual seems... rehearsed is the wrong word. Perfected might be better.
Yeah.
When Artie gets in, he wants to very quickly study the hilt of Argus's rapier, wasn't it?
That's correct.
You have some people who the weapon is just it's a display. It's there for show. Artie wants to try and get an idea if this is a weapon that's been used and used frequently. So, is it well worn? What's the nature of this? Is this someone who actually knows how to use this blade, or is it decorative?
Insight check.
Insight? All right. Come on, dice. That's... yeah, okay. 21.
Juli, what would they ascertain from looking at your rapier?
This is most definitely a weapon for combat. That said, it is pristine. It almost looks airbrushed. If there is any signs of wear or tear, they're not visible.
Okay. Artie will pull the carriage door close behind him and will sit down right beside Argus, almost invading the personal space. Like the carriage, I'm assuming, it's going to be pretty tight anyway, but in a position to, maybe make it a little bit difficult if someone tried to wield any kind of long blade in this space.
Okay.
Careful, brother dear. Just across the telepathic bond.
And he'll look at Argus and just smile and go, it's going to be a long trip. I've got lots that we can talk about on the way. And he'll just give him a pat on the knee.
Does not flinch as the knee is pet, almost as if they're not breathing. Because they're not. As an air genasi, they don't have to. Argus is going to say, of course, we do have much to talk about. The two of you are from Eldrin, yes. Surely you attended the last gala.
I mean, of course. Absolutely.
I heard
Brother dear, we shouldn't be lying to our guests this early in the game, surely. This is admittedly our first party, as it were. We're trying to get a feel for the place. We haven't had the benefit of being invited before. So it would be quite beneficial to have someone of your standing to help guide us through this so we don't make a fool of ourselves on our first turn. Right, brother?
Oh, I mean, absolutely, sister. I'm not sure. I guess, are you referring to the upcoming events or events and previous events?
Of course, that's on me for being unclear. Well, congratulations on your invitation. Are you nervous?
Is it that obvious? I feel like Artie here is the picture of composure as always. I myself am feeling a little bit, well, out of my depth, as it were, but that's to be expected.
Oh, come on, Lyre. You're never out of your depth. No matter what social situation you put yourself into, you are the picture of perfection.
Oh, don't embarrass me in front of our new friend.
I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest.
Speaking of, though, since we're getting to know each other, what is your attendant, assistance to the family? What would your responsibilities typically be? Just so we know how to address you properly.
Well, I am the hands, eyes, and blade of House Armadeum. So, to put it frankly, it's whatever they need me to do.
Fascinating. You must be quite proficient then to have earned such a title.
That's right. I can steep a tea quicker than most.
We've also learned a few of the culinary ways in our time, so we'll have to bond over tea at some point during this whole endeavor. But you said you were sent on a mission, correct? I can't imagine that was just for us.
Well, there's a number of occurrences that need to happen for the night to go off flawlessly.
Of course.
And one of them is just to make sure that everybody who needs to be here arrives properly and without delay. Perhaps after finding the two of you, I'll be off somewhere else.
Fascinating. So you're not staying with us for the event?
I may, and I may not. There's some things that I'm not yet at liberty to disclose. There's, as I'm sure you're well aware, quite a bit of politicking around these types.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I am curious, though, are you able to disclose who else has already arrived so far?
I'm not.
This is fair. This is fair.
We'd hate to pry. We'll see when we get there, of course.
If I may,
very excited.
Though if I may, worry less so about the airs that you put on, and more so about the intentions you put forth.
Oh, darling, intention is all about airs. Let that slip and the whole thing falls apart. You should know that by now.
Well argued. Just be aware that there are some masks that they can see through, as they have experience doing so.
Well, we aren't all as lucky as you to have one, are we? But very good advice nonetheless, brother. We should be keeping our heads about ourselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's around this time
to get partying.
It's around this time that your carriage pulls up outside of the keep, where the solar circle awaits, teleporting the three of you to the castle, the floating demigod city that resides above the three immortal nations. However, upon stepping into the landing, where this solar circle would be, something doesn't quite feel right. There is no attendants here. The solar circle is active, the light below the runic pulsing, a faint blue almost lighting up from the floor, from the stonework. But not a single person at the keep.
Argus, you've been here before. Is this typical, or...?
I was expecting a bigger welcome, but...
This is absolutely not typical.
Oh, goody. Trouble already found us. Well, I feel like we should follow your lead. This is your area of expertise. What should we do about this?
Exactly
kind
as
of-
you said.
Looking around.
Follow my lead. And Argus is going to wave a hand over their mask and cast See Invisibility on themselves and step forward first out of the carriage.
Wonderful.
Um,
Roll me a perception check.
Can do.
Yes, Artie?
I was just going to say, Artie will lean into Lyre and say, I wonder what Ashra would do in this situation.
I wonder what she would do indeed. And I'm just going to take a little step away from Argus and just sort of keep my arm around, just near where Artie, I can just kind of feel where Artie is, and have Barnabas just kind of sit, or come as close to like my leg or my person as possible, just so we're all together.
And the cane that Artie's been using, rather than holding it as an implement to help him pretentiously walk, he'll just kind of flip it up into his hand a little bit more so that the heavy end of it could potentially be used in the case of trouble.
Not a problem. What did you end up rolling, Argus?
Not as good a roll. 6 + 5, 11.
Okay. With an 11, there is not a single living or breathing soul alive in this keep. You don't see anything invisible. You don't see a single thing, not even a blade of grass or a leaf falling. It is quiet. It is still. And the pulsing of the runic circle of this solar teleportation hums slightly as the only sound around.
AJ, you're stressing me out. Lyra and Gemma both collectively are stressing out. I think Lyra is just going to, at the kind of no note from Argus there, just kind of slip her hand in behind her dress and just feel around for where a dagger is sitting, just to keep it on hand, but she won't draw it.
Okay.
Argus, anything?
No. Nothing, and that's the strange part. It's quiet. The only sound is us breathing. And
I
our
really thought you were going to
footfall.
say too quiet then, and I was really going to freak out.
No such thing as too quiet. Simply quiet.
What do you suggest?
Keep vigilant, and I'm going to take a look around.
Okay. Scream if you need help.
I'm going to provide you the option to come with me, or the two of you can stay here. Of course, if danger lies deeper within the keep, I will be the one to face it. I will let you know, and you can get away safely. Alternately, if you both decide to stay here, and danger comes to you, I will not be around to protect you. You may make your choice.
I just looked at Artie. If he dies, we lose our chance at an introduction. Or worse, we get blamed.
I think, Argus, that it would probably make sense for us to go with you. I mean, if we're heading further into the keep, there may just be more people there. Who knows? Maybe it's a surprise party. But again, strength in numbers and all that.
And you should see Artie with the cane. He's devilishly good at wielding it. We'll go with you.
Oh, stop it. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Let's keep going and let's see what we can discover. Sure, there's just been a misunderstanding or something.
You make your way further inside, and almost every space is identical. Quiet, empty, nothing. Again, the hum of the solar circle, the only thing permeating the space. You have a few options here. You could find another way to the castle, which could take hours, maybe even another day. And you would miss the opening ball of the matching season. Or you could risk going through this solar circle. It doesn't seem tampered with, and there is no evidence of anything awry, simply not attended to.
It's possible there could be some type of magical interference, and we should be prepared to be teleported anywhere from exactly where we need to go to the mouth of a volcano. Somewhere between the two of those is likely.
Oh, so fairly small amount of wiggle room there. But alternatively, if we're late, it'll make a very bad impression, and frankly, I'll take the volcano, honestly. Artie?
I'm not entirely convinced, sister, but I mean, considering why we're here and the potential risk of being late to this event, well, I mean, I guess we always thought this was going to be a bit of an adventure, so...
More to the point, neither of us are wearing hiking shoes, and this will be a damn pain.
This is true. I mean, these shoes are already... Should have brought some more pairs.
Argus, when we're discussing potentials for teleportation into, say, Hellmouth, how likely would you say that would be?
Oh, it is entirely up to how many enemies the Empress has made within the recent several centuries.
So a few.
I'm not at liberty
Fair guess.
to confirm or deny that.
Oh, no, it wasn't a question. Okay, well, I say an adventure awaits. Let's see what the circle has to offer.
Absolutely, sister. Absolutely.
I'd rather
Now,
not be late if we can avoid it.
I do hate to point this out, especially given that there could be danger. It is in poor form for a servant to enter a gala prior to their lieges, so I am to follow behind the two of you in such a situation. We might be rolling the dice, if you will, as to what awaits us on the other side, but if it is our intended destination, I recommend the two of you present yourselves first.
100% Artie is going to study the living bejingles out of Argus with this statement.
Yes, let's get the Hellmouth first, he says.
Every single little... Artie's got the observant feet, and everything about this is pinging in 1,000 different ways. So I would like to try and ascertain just how genuine this Argus is being.
All right. Insight check.
That's a natural 20 for 24.
Very nice.
Well, I will leave it in Juli's capable hands of what you think a 24 would achieve in observing your particular character.
Absolutely. Well, Artimendius, I believe you would know that there is definitely truth to servants not upstaging the nobility. There is no lie, no deception in that, or really anything Argus has said. That noted, Argus is someone not loyal to the two of you, but loyal to House Armadeum, loyal to the Empress. Should we go through the teleportation circle and there be any message from the Empress on the other side, Argus would heed it, at which point they would be behind you in a bit of a blind spot. That is to say, no intention to betray, wound, anything, but absolute capability to.
Cool. Well, sister, I am onwards, I think. After you into the circle.
Are you very sure about this? And I mean very sure.
And he'll just nod very briefly.
Trust is for twins. Couldn't agree more. Would hate to throw off the status quo, as it were. And Lyre will step forth into the circle.
Wonderful.
Artie will follow very quickly. And as he goes to step into the circle, he'll actually spin in place. So he's stepping backwards, but still keeping an eye on Argus as he sort of steps on following his twin.
That is very fascinating, because two things are about to go down. One, solar circles need to be stepped through one at a time.
Uh-oh.
It makes sense. It makes sense that the two of you might not know this fact. When you travel through solar magic, your thoughts and feelings are projected out like 3D images around you, like holograms. And so traveling with two people or multiple people at once means that those thoughts and feelings get projected in unison, and you see into the mind of the other person. Luckily, the two of you are twins, so this isn't out of the ordinary, I wouldn't say. So as you step forth, I would like to ask you both a question. What is it that is currently on your mind about the upcoming matching season? What is the fear or hope or significant thing that is stuck in your mind about the next 3 months ahead?
I think there is an image of a tongue in a jar. The jar is old, it's quite old, but at least 10, 15 years old. The tongue, despite the jar being so old, is very, very fresh. And that is a little tinkling sound as it shook. And that is the image that is blasted out.
Amazing. And what about for Artie?
For Artie, there would be a couple of images. There would be one of fire and ruin, and sitting in the middle of that, a small wooden hand-carved bird.
Okay. Interesting. Your thoughts and feelings are a little bit muddled, however, Artie, because as you turn and swivel to watch Argus as you step back through, you watch as a dagger flies through you from an unknown location across the other side of the keep. Luckily, as you stepped in, your body began to teleport, and it goes directly through you towards Argus, who didn't see it because you were in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Juli, I will need you to roll me a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage, please.
So I'm
It is too early for this, AJ!
It actually goes through my form.
Just as you're teleporting, yes.
Well, without the disadvantage, it would have been a natural 20. Instead, it is a 16.
Okay. Unfortunately, that is not enough.
Oh.
All right.
As this blade plunges into your stomach, you topple forwards into the teleportation with the twins, and you see what they have projected out. And pray tell, Argus, what is it that you are thinking in this moment?
Argus, despite the energy that they have put out, is feeling quite lost. And what is cycling through their head is, I live to serve, and if I don't know how I can serve, how am I to live? And there's a number of different images on their side of them being the watchful eyes of House Armadeum on the side of rooms in the hidden shadows of the courtyards, and this is the most lost they have ever felt without clear directions from anybody. Unsure about casting their lot in with these folks, nevertheless, seemingly having no choice. And I think there is just the faintest thought after being stabbed in the chest by this thrown dagger of, if I am to die, am I truly to die as nobody?
The two of you hear that, as if the thoughts are your own. As the three of you plunge into this teleportation, the light illuminating around you, flowing through your veins, warming you like a tea on a cold day, and then, in an instant, the three of you arrive not only in the floating city, but across the street from the Lilac Keep, where House Armadeum will be staying for the 3 months of the matching season on Lavender Lane. The twins catch the body of Argus, the dagger in his stomach. What do you do?
Shit.
Oh.
Did you? You didn't.
No, I just
you-
saw the
and I
dagger.
couldn't.
I was going to try and, but it's. Oh
What
god!
I did? What do we do? What do we
Let's
do?
just make sure he's. Oh my god! So I'm gonna.
Hello, Argus.
Because I probably was the one who caught him. Will gently kind of cradle him down, making sure that their heads up. I want to see. I mean, firstly, are they still alive?
They've only taken 4 points of damage and are still on their feet.
Oh, thank God.
Mhm.
Argus, you can see the location that you need to get to.
Pardon me, this was quite clumsy of me.
No, God, Argus. I mean, God, can we do anything to help you, sir? This is
Utterly shameful that the two of you are to see me in such a state. And in one quick motion, Argus is going to simultaneously draw the dagger out of their stomach, assuming it's still there. It hasn't.
It is still there, but it is almost impossible to easily pull out. It seems to have a mechanism to it. This is a message. Argus, could you please roll me a history check?
Absolutely. That is a 17.
With a 17, you know what this dagger is, though you have never seen one. This dagger is called a mind meld dagger. It cannot be removed from your person until those who were meant to see your fall have seen it. It was used in cunning, strategic warfare as a way to take out certain people or to deliver a message. And you know exactly who this message is most likely intended for. Judging by the fact that the three of you did not arrive at the Solar Circle here in the city, you were transported directly across from the Lilac Keep.
I wouldn't try to. I've seen this. It's not good. Stuff goes everywhere. I'll get help.
no, Lyre, you stay there. I'll much faster than you.
If I
wouldn't be able to remove it from my person regardless.
Argus, is there someone that we can go to get help for you?
Yes, a friend, family, the family.
The family.
I think it's quite possible that we might be on our own here. If I am to bring this dagger into the presence of the royal family, it is quite possible that they will be in danger as well. So long as you're around me, there is also a possibility that you two are in danger.
Okay, darling, understand that, but you have a knife in the gut. I think that's the more pressing concern. Just while we're I don't know what to do with this. What do we do with this?
Argus is going to take one hand, your wounds, the other hand, mending, and just, with wisps of air, starting to stitch up the wound.
Around
it is repaired.
The dagger?
That's what I have to do. It's messing with my clothes.
Okay. You know that the Lilac Keep has a servants' quarter entrance around the side. If you were to sneak in, you could potentially get some medical supplies, something else that could help. Maybe one of the attendants, the medical attendants that would be on standby for the royals. If you can only do that, potentially you could hide the evidence of this. These two could help you get there.
There's a way we can get in.
Okay.
I'll hold off on this. We'll have to move quickly. As best as possible, we are to not be seen. Is that possible for the two of you?
Absolutely. I'm sure we can do that without any issues whatsoever.
Delphia the mouse, of course. Yes.
All right. So where do we need to go to? Argus, you point the direction. We'll hustle that way.
I must apologize in advance for ushering you through the servants' quarters, but I believe that is the safest route for us.
If it means less daggers to less stomachs, then wonderful. Just so we're clear, though, not to put too much of a finer point on this, we're doing a good thing here, right? This isn't going to get us into more trouble.
You're doing a good thing for House Armadeum.
Then I hope Armadeum can do a good thing for us.
Very
Before
well.
someone throws more daggers at you, let's go.
Incredible. We change perspectives and replay the last moments that we saw Benjamin and Tyr hiding some secret notes from one another and having a brotherly discussion that was only interrupted as a masked guard and two strangers burst forth into the space that you two were having this discussion in. It is not usual for the two princes to be in the servants' quarters, but this is unfortunately how it went down, and you see, as you did, your beloved servant with a dagger in their stomach. Argus, as this happens, the dagger falls to the ground. And the five of you are in a room, staring and blinking at each other. Not knowing the newbies, but also not ever having predicted that this would have happened.
I want to be very clear, we didn't do this, just to get that out of the way.
I think Benjamin briefly kind of forgets any kind of manners and just pushes, specifically Artie, out of the way. Move! And I'm going to go over to Argus.
Yep, and Artie will not resist. He'll happily just kind of get pushed. I'm sure he's okay. We tried to get him inside as quickly as we could.
I tuned it out, and I don't know how bad the damage is, so I just dropped 20 points of lay on hands on Argus.
Well, damn. I was...
What Argus says, well, damn.
Oh, if only. I think what Argus says in this moment is, I was careless, my lord. Once again, it is a curse that these eyes cannot see through the mortal beings around me.
I am just going to place a hand on your shoulder, just comfortably pat you, and then spin around to the two new arrivals and go, did you do this?
No.
What did I just say? What was the first thing I said?
Look, Lyre, just look. I'm sorry, sir.
Lord.
What happened was we were coming. Your friend here had escorted us to the circle. There was nobody around, so we thought, hey, let's risk it. Let's go through. We'll try and get to the city and go from there. And as we were entering, someone from somewhere threw a dagger. Before we could react, your poor companion here was injured, and as soon as we tried to rush him inside to get assistance.
May I make an insight check on Artie's story?
As you are rolling that, Justice, could you please describe what these two see? Describe your characters for us.
Okay, so you walk in and you see Tyr Armadeum, Prince of Arma, who you may or may not recognize right away, but he's tall, 6-footish, olive skin, black tousled hair, wearing a relatively nice black and purple outfit, along with his rapier at his side that he's holding onto a little tightly, just in case. And in his hands, he has a bunch of letters, and he's looking very curiously at you two, not knowing what the hell is going on.
Incredible. And Connor, what does Benjamin look like?
As I'm kind of trying to ascertain whether or not these newcomers have mortally wounded our guards, Benjamin's kind of standing there, about 6 foot tall, broad shoulders, and a thicker kind of physique, slick back rose gold hair, hands hovering a little bit close to the hilt of like a ceremonial like morning star, it looks like, with amethyst gemstone nails there, slick black coat, shoulder pauldrons stitched into it, and I rolled an 11 on my insight check.
Okay, I don't think an 11 is going to be high enough unless, well, they're not lying. They look panicked, but an insight of 11 won't give you any more deeper insight into these two as who they are and what they're about.
Think of it this way, if we were responsible, why would we bring the victim to your doorstep? That would be silly even for us, right, Artie?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it would be incredibly foolish.
I'll turn to Argus because his opinion carries a lot more weight to me than these two newcomers. Are they correct? They didn't harm you at all?
They did not. It was some other assailant. We must be watchful. As for these two, they are newcomers. Eccentric, but certainly harmless.
Thank you, Argus. Eccentric was a bit of a drive-by, but that's okay.
Just, Lyre, just calm.
Sorry, I just watched a man get stabbed through a teleport.
I know,
I'm a little bit shaken.
And that's fine, but still, this is we everyone needs to stay calm. We need to be sensible. We just need to make sure there's no sudden movements or anything like that. Okay?
Oh, Barnabas, where's Barnabas? Just so we're all clear. Barnabas, here, please don't attack him.
Barnabas is their imp.
Oh. And you are Lord and Lady...
Larke. Lyre.
Larke.
Artimendius.
Right.
And Artie will bow significantly deeper than he did when he first met Argus.
Lyre will not.
Interesting.
I don't.
While they're...
Sorry, Tia, you go.
Okay. While they're introducing themselves, Tia's just going to walk over to the dagger and kind of squat down next to it and look at it and do some sort of insight if I recognize what it is.
Go for it.
Sure. Insight. Nat 20. So 27.
Amazing. You can definitely tell that this is a mind meld dagger that is often referred to in poetry that you have read of years long gone. However, with the particular threatening note that is currently still in your hand, and now a dagger that was lodged into the stomach of one of your guards, you are linking the two together.
I had a feeling. Is it safe to touch? Or is it...
It seems to be. It has done its duty. It has provided its message.
Probably pick it up.
Lysa's watching the hand that has the dagger. Pick up the dagger. Where the dagger is at all times is in clear view.
Does the name Larke mean anything to Benjamin at all?
Ooh, actually, roll me an insight check.
Ooh.
That is a 14.
A 14. You have been spending some time in Eldron as of late, so it could be that you would recognize the name, but you for certain know that it is not a noble house of Eldron. Whether you have met their family or not, or know of their family, is going to be up to Ham and G. Do you think that the Larkes are known of, or have had a reputation in the last year in the nation of Eldron?
I think, generally speaking, no one can really remember ever meeting the parents of Lyre Larke and Artie. No one has a connection to the immediate family, but the name has been cropping up a lot in the last year or so for antics, usually at parties, I would say. Would you agree, Ham?
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
Yeah, there's like, people have like third, fifth, fourth, like so many hand accounts of the Larkes and the family of Larke, but I don't think unless you knew anyone personally, you would have anyone telling you they have seen the parents or uncles or extended family. It's just these two.
So you've heard about them through gossip and rumor in Eldron?
Lord and Lady Larke, welcome to our home.
Quite the welcome, I must say. Is this a usual thing in the family?
We try not to make a habit of our top guard having daggers shoved in his stomach.
Yes, I can imagine that's pretty bad for business. Are we at risk of that happening in the next 5 to 10 minutes while we...
Keep is warded. I don't think anyone else can come inside unless they're permitted to. So I think we should be fine.
Why are you down here? Not to question your lordship, but we were under the impression this was the servants' quarters.
Tia and I had some brotherly bonding to catch up on.
Oh. Well, we'd know all about that, wouldn't we, darling?
And look, we've certainly spent our fair amount of time in servants' quarters for various reasons, shall we say?
A pleasure.
Oh, so you're servants.
No, we're not.
I'm going to cast message and go, Tia, that was really good.
Great singer, mate.
And then a second message follows up that says, did you put gloves on when you touched that knife?
Just to Artie, did we just get sassed this early? Oh my gosh.
Very thin line of Artie's mouth would absolutely give you the reply that you were
I'm going to do another once-over on Argus and make sure they're okay, even after the cure wounds, just to make sure anything else, any kind of signs other than obviously the blood and the dagger, anything that would denote hardship on the road or anything of that respect.
Argus has immediately used their most important cantrip mending to make sure that their clothes are presentable again.
How did you get the blood out?
About Argus, they are perfection as always.
I turned my vest inside out, my liege, when you were talking.
Resourceful as ever.
It's reversible just in case of stains.
I love the pattern on that side.
Why, thank you. I hope it's not too distracting for your noble eyes.
Please. Perhaps we should get out of the servants' quarters. I'm sure Lord and Lady Larke here want to see the rest of the keep.
We'd be delighted, of course.
Absolutely.
Just, Argus, take care of yourself. Already had one run afoul of a dagger before the party's even started. Would hate to see you come crop with another.
Best I take it than either of you. Please stay safe.
And you as well. There is a genuine concern for Argus's well-being.
You guide Lyra and Artie up back into the regular rooms and abode that is the Lilac Keep. The castle, per se, that House Armadeum will be staying at during this matching season for the next 3 months. Each of the nations has a street that has been constructed for this very event. It doesn't usually exist in what is known as the ephemerals. Currently, Lyra and Artie would be in the wrong location. They are in Lavender Lane, which is usually where Arma would be. And it is not but 3 hours before the opening ball is to take place, where each member who is being presented as an unmatched this matching season will be officially announced to the city, to the demigods, and to the gods themselves above who watch on. So a short tour of the keep might be in order, for polite reasons, of course, but anything more would be improper or give cause for rumor and scandal that potentially either of these two individuals were escorting or romancing the royals. Best to be careful.
And here's the lobby, the foyer, and there's the front door. Thank you.
Oh, but the marble work is just darling. You have to give me more information. We would love to talk our foyer look like this at some point, wouldn't we, darling?
Oh, this would be outstanding. I mean, the paintings, are these, where do you acquire these from? This is quite extraordinary.
Demigods.
I'm afraid they didn't exist prior to this, so hard to say.
Interesting. Lyre's going to take a little too long to assess the paintings and just kind of trying to discern any amount of, because all she would really know, I imagine, AJ, all she'd really know is the factoids of House Armadeum. She wouldn't know anyone personally. So trying to ascertain through the paintings the plot of the family, essentially, who's close to whom, who is in the most regal of garb, who is kind of put the back at photos, that kind of thing. Can she discern anything from there, would you say?
You wouldn't be able to discern anything about these two individuals or the royal family because the depictions are of previous perfect match winners and or events that happened in the past here at the matching season. Everything is very much themed to this event. And since it is your first time attending this event, and potentially also hearing some of the stories of what goes down in these matching seasons, it's all new to you.
Is there, so riffing slightly off at that then, again, thinking of Artie's sort of eye for detail and his very observant nature, I'm assuming people will have brought luggage and all that sort of stuff with them, certain things, maybe creature comforts for when they're staying, considering the length of time. Would there be anything that he might notice that would give any kind of indication of I guess, anything of use about these two individuals? Like, you know, gosh, like down to the, you know, is there a particular style of clothing they're like, anything of which could trigger a conversation or be a useful tidbit of information?
Roll me, I wouldn't say a perception check because you're still in the foyer, so you wouldn't be able to see any of their personal belongings or things that they brought with them to this demigod city, but roll me an insight check for the brothers and see if you can ascertain anything about their personalities or who they might be on the inside through what they are wearing.
The dice has been good so far, and saying that can't possibly curse it again. It's 15. It's okay. I'm okay with that.
Okay. A 15 is not bad. Is there anything noteworthy from the two of you that you might be wearing or about yourselves in your physical appearance?
If I may, I would like to actively make a deception check just to completely throw off the scent.
Yes!
Go for it. Tia?
Games begin.
Same. I am
Go for it.
that type.
So I rolled a 4. However,
Yeah.
I have a feature called Silver Tongue, where I can treat any d20 roll of a 9 or lower as a 10.
Okay.
So my total would be 22.
Oh, okay.
Casual,
I rolled a 4.
very
but
casual.
it's a 22.
Yeah. I rolled a 1, but it's 968, so it's fine.
AJ said we're coming in hot, when we're romancing, we're
No, it's
decepting.
awesome. It's awesome.
I love it.
It's awesome.
Absolutely perfect. You cannot tell a single thing about the eldest of the two. Everything about their outfit pristine. No offerings of personality or information that you would glean, not even from their shoes.
If I can offer something up, though, on the deception check, I would say that before I was able to compose myself back when we were dealing with Argus's wound, I made a point to push Artie out of the way, but I tried not to touch Lyre on the way through. I made a clear point to avoid, disrespecting in that regard. And I was very quick to almost accuse and reach for a weapon as well before I was able to compose myself.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Interesting details. Tia, you have an interesting look on your face. What did you end up rolling?
What
You
does
rolled a
that
22
say?
as well.
I got half of that. I got an 11. I'm the younger brother, so I'm only half as good as my older.
Yeah.
He's doing his best. Be nice to Tia.
Tia, what do you think they can ascertain by looking at you? Anything that your outfit or appearance or even if you have any dishevelment about yourself, would glean to these two individuals?
Yeah, I guess I have my my traditional, like a lot of us wear in House Armadeum, a sheer-ish lilac sort of cape that you can see through. It's kind of shimmery and glowy, or not glowy, but shimmery and light and iridescent. And I have that, so it's like I have an air of wanting to look fanciful, even though I'm in my like casual outfit. And then my hair is messy, so it's like a weird juxtaposition of class, but also youth and not caring. And then I hold myself straight and proper and kind of move in that sense, even though my physicalness may be like rebellious up top, but my training and everything is still princely. So
like wild child at the top, prince.
Party up here, business down here.
Just down here, right here. That's where all the party happens. All the smirks, the hair, and the body is just 100% prince.
Artie, you can also see, even if Tyr tucked this away, something that you would have observed through that high roll, that there have already been invitations sent to this family. This would be letters to offer escorting to the ball, potentially, or even invites to tea the next day. The matching season is already afoot, and if anything, you and your sister are on the back foot at that. You have limited time to go get ready for the ball. Would you like to remain here and potentially connecting further or destroying a connection to these two brothers? Or would you like to go and make yourselves presentable to the rest of society? It is up to you. I think
I'd like to just kind of tap to Artie. Lyre, not having done that same level of observation, has been looking around the scenery, not the people, and I think is going to just send a message to Artie. Look, I've got an idea, but I think I can tell we're not wanted. Let's not push this new relationship. Remember, they owe us. Let's cash that chip in at a later date before we burn our bridge. And is kind of looking to head towards the door.
Artie will very much follow Lyre's lead in this respect, but we'll first stop and once again bow very deeply to these two, and say, I do greatly appreciate the hospitality you've showed us here today. We do very much hope that that your guard has a speedy and quick recovery.
Yes, we wish him the best.
Absolutely. He was very, very, very interesting, very generous individual when we met him on the road. And if there's anything that we can possibly do for you in the future, please don't hesitate to ask.
It has been a pleasure, the pair of you, and yes, do look after Argus. He's a special one. And I think heads towards the door, and just as we leave the door, just as we enter, enough out of reach, I'm going to mess up my hair and unbutton like a bit of my thing, and then make a show of putting everything back together again, right as we enter the world, for any prying eyes to see.
Interesting. Incredible.
Oh my goodness.
The two of you leave the estate of the royals from the Empire of Arma. And Tyr and Benjamin, you are once again left, the two of you, your guard now resuming duties and keeping a watchful eye on the family. You quickly ascertain that not only is it just the two of you alone in the foyer, but your two sisters are off doing other things. You have no idea where your youngest sister is, and your eldest has left a note about handling PR.
Tia, do you know where Vera's gone? She would have told you, right?
Been a little busy.
We need to get ahead of whatever that was. That's not going to look good.
I was gonna give this to Desta, but who knows where she is, and now the dagger, and then I'll hand the letter to Benjamin.
You see the threatening note that was sent to your to this location not but an hour ago that reads, "Do not win this matching season."
Look at that, a love letter and a dagger.
Yeah, I don't know what it means, but the dagger kind of accelerated my fears of what this may be.
I would know that the threat was written in like demigod, like celestial in a sense. Is that
Correct.
To my knowledge, is there any specific kind of demigods of like retribution or punishment or anything of that regard?
Of course.
Jealousy maybe
as well.
If you can think of a concept, there's usually a demigod that resides over that domain. You do know of a few that are very significant demigods here in this city. The one that would be very apparent for retribution would be the demigod of discipline, who is sort of the head military of this floating city. If you were searching for who would be... Go ahead. Argus, you overhear everything that they are talking about in the foyer.
Just as this is happening, Argus appears with a tray and says, "My lieges, you look stressed. I have prepared both a caffeinated and a decaffeinated tea to ease your burdens."
Argus,
always, thank you.
Have I ever said how much we appreciate you?
On the daily, and it is truly not needed.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. So, Mind Meld Dagger, Death Threat, and two minor... I don't actually think they're lords. I was just being polite. Argus, did you pick up anything on the road with them?
They are most certainly not. They are, if not servants, then certainly not of any type of noble class. It seems like they were attempting to infiltrate the festivities for some type of benefit to themselves.
They weren't too hard on the eyes, at least.
I didn't realize you were looking, Tia.
I'm always looking.
I spent some time in Eldon recently, and I heard their name, but not in any official capacity, so... I wouldn't go meddling, or at least wouldn't go meddling with their prying eyes.
If I may, I was genuine when I said they seemed harmless. I don't know if I would say good-natured, but at the very least, they don't seem to be wanting anything of you other than approval and favor. If there are daggers being flung about, it doesn't hurt to have more bodies in the way.
I think between the three of us, at least, they don't pose any martial challenge, that's for sure.
What is it that you are intending with the ball? As you get ready and prepare yourselves, Benjamin and Tia, your sisters, know where to be found. Potentially, they will arrive at the ball separately to the two of you, but for now, the three of you, the two princes of Arma and your trusted guard, will be attending the ball without Desta and Vera.
That makes me nervous.
Well,
are you going to attend the ball? Or are there other things afoot? Okay.
I will.
I mean, I am.
Yeah. I am going to fulfill my duty to be married off for whatever the kingdom needs of a young prince.
I know how important it is for, I think, Benjamin specifically to not only wed, but find someone of a status that he thinks is high enough to merit this. So I spend a lot of extra time getting very prim, very proper. I think it pains him, but he looks at like the morning star. Argus, would you do me a favor?
Of course, my liege.
Are you able to hold on to this as well, just in case?
Happy to do so.
Thank you very much. Tyr, are we traveling together, or do you want to make individual entrances?
How about we travel together and then make individual entrances? I can hold back and then come in later. I don't want to upstage you, too, brother.
You're too sweet to me, Tyr.
Wonderful.
Just looking out.
Well, it's time we check in with the youngest member of the Mace household. Ducking and weaving through trees to make it into town after releasing a flock of giant sheep onto the estate. Noir, could you please describe to us your character?
Drestil is a half orc that is he takes care of the flock. And you would think that would put him in regular shepherd's clothes, but he's got a very fine jacket over his shepherd clothing. And you can see he's tripping and falling, trying to chase the flocks. Apologize. So sorry. Out of the way. Just making a mockery of himself, which is not something new to Drestil. He's got slick back hair with bits of gray in it, very smaller tusks, and a large beard that generally throws people off on how old he is, because it is a much thicker, fuller, and salt and peppier beard than you would expect of someone of his age. But right now he's just running full force. He doesn't have a shepherd's cane. He just has a regular walking cane. And he's just waving it in the air. Please, out of the way, everyone. I'm trying to get them to stop. Please stop. Sheep, please. Like, Marianne. And like, he's like calling the sheep by their name. Please stop. Cut me some slack. And just kicking up mud everywhere.
Wonderful.
It's a really pathetic scene.
And during this performance, let us say, you're able to slip away, but I would like you to roll me a stealth check to see how well you slip away from the household.
All right. Should I tell people what my class is as well, or is that
you don't have to?
We just say that? Okay, then we'll just not do that then. Okay, that is a 24.
Yeah. With a 24, even the performance that you made is outshined by the fact that you seemingly disappear. It's almost like if a camera was tracking one of the sheep as it bypasses the screen, Drestil is no more behind it. You hear the distant sounds of your butler, your household butler, running after the sheep, your father leaving the estate doors, chasing after them as well now, as you duck away and make your way into town. Pray tell, Drestil, where are you heading? What are you scouting out on this first day of the matching season?
The first thing I would like to do is to quickly cast a mage hand to hold something that the sheep want, to send them on an even wilder goose chase, like the butler and my father. He's gonna murmur under his breath, that should buy me some time. All right, now let's see. And he's going to go scout out some information. He's gonna go to one of his information brokers in the village here.
Okay. You make your way into town, ducking and weaving through the buildings, making sure no one spots you. If your father found out where you were heading, there would be hell to pay. But you make it just in time to hear a giant bell go off. Ding, ding, ding! Round 2. You weave into a crowd as you find your friend watching and yelling out to the illegal boxing fight that is taking place this morning. Casper, could you please introduce us to your character?
Quartermaine, Quartz, as he's known in these parts, Stormfell is he's a rake. He's a water genasi, and he's likes to dress pretty loosely. He thinks of himself as a fighter. So he goes to these fighting pits and be like, yeah, I could beat that guy. No, wait, no, Doug, you gotta keep your hands up. Basically just coaching from the sidelines, from the balconies. And is very enthralled and not so much is the last son or the last child of the Stormfell family, is the youngest, is the baby. So yeah, he have been just trying to spend their time just having fun.
Yeah. And what better way to earn some coin on some bets prior to making your way to the matching season? I mean, if you're going to have to romance some peeps, you might as well have some coin in your pocket to offer a nice date or a gift. That's the excuse you might tell yourself. But as you are cheering out to these boxes, you see this giant Goliath that is fighting this very wily half-orc. Your friend, another youngest of the household, probably a reason that you two bonded in the first place, weaves his way into the crowd to stand beside you, onlooking.
You know you're doing that thing where you're giving advice out loud to someone that can't hear you, right?
Just trying to help.
Might want to be a mite bit louder. How's the fights going? Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Ooh.
I hope you place your bets wisely.
Well.
I mean, yeah. As well as one could. Ooh.
Yeah.
Grisly business, this. So, how are things?
Well, I'm here. And you, how did you manage to escape your house?
There are sheep running amok in the village at the moment. I will at some point stumble out of the dirt, very apologetic, having reclaimed the sheep and returning home to looks of disappointment, apathy, and perhaps a finger wag or two, but small price to pay to see a friend.
I'm honored.
And I'm slightly full of it. I am desperate for some sort of information. The matching is coming up, and well, House Mace could use every advantage we could get. The loss of our mothers made things a bit tense, and I just want to help.
Well, I'm not so much a fountain of information. I know there will be fighting, and well, you know how much I like that, so.
That has never been something that we've had to worry about. No delicious gossip, no infidelity, no scandals, no tea?
I'm not one for the rumor mill.
Yeah, but you know people. Do you know anyone that might know something?
I know the Von Marches might be there. Well, they'll be attending.
The Von Marches. An interesting family, to say the least.
As another clock across the face, teeth splatter from the Goliath. as the wily half-orc climbs up onto his forefront, locking his knees around this man's chest and sort of hitting as hard as he can to try and survive this fight. You hear as another bell goes off and they separate the two for a little bit of a break. You realize, Quartz, your money might be on the wrong fighter. But there may be someone you could talk to change things, but it might need a little bit of persuasion skills to do so.
I'm gonna notice the little guy coming back and making a excellent comeback, and I'm actually going to smile. Smile, even though like I can see my money going down the drain as this continues. Like, well, that's what I get for underestimating the underdog.
Oh, are you about to lose money?
It comes, it goes.
Do you want to lose money? Because I'm sure that I might be able to help. I would never do anything that would count as cheating. I would never dishonor the glory of 1v1 combat. I just might say some words to some folks. I am charming.
That you are, my friend. So incredibly charming, but I like leaving fights as untainted as possible. And I mean no offense.
Oh, none taken. I am known for sullying environments around me for the greater good, of course.
Yes, of course.
You know, if Drestil is after information, there is rumor about town that a nobleman from Eldron is for hire or giving information to mortals about the matching season, about some of the gods, is an individual that seemingly has no connection, but has been tied to one of the noble houses of Eldron and therefore has access to a lot of gossip. You may be able to buy this person a drink and get some information for your friend.
Well, it seems I've lost this fight, but I think I might know a way we could get what you seek, my friend.
Oh.
Yes. Since my entertainment is pretty much going
well, if you've given up on this source of entertainment, I would love to just play a game.
Yes. Well, I know a fantastic player. Well, I've heard of one. He's here in town. Some nobleman from Eldron. A broker of information, if you will.
Well,
sounds like a good friend we should find.
That it does. I'm eager to meet this individual, and I don't see any reason why we should delay. But besides, I don't know how much longer my sheep can keep my father on the run, so we might as well make haste.
Fantastic. He's gonna pat you really hard on the chest. It's like drinks are on you. So I'm gonna walk over to the bar. I have no money anymore. And just order around for myself and the nobleman and my bestie.
Not a problem. We move away from the fighting ring into one of the more established taverns in this town. And we get further into the space where not a nobleman, just a regular individual from Eldron seems to be sitting and drinking by themselves. Scotty, could you please introduce us to your character?
Yeah. Lysander's sitting by himself. He's taking a drink, and immediately you can tell on his face that He's not a big drinker. He's like trying to pretend like that doesn't hurt as it goes down. He's scribbling in a notebook, looking around. If you were to peek over his shoulder, he's just scribbling down, be kind, be vulnerable, find true love. And then he'll nod and like fold it and put it away. Lysander's really unremarkable looking. He's kind of like when teenagers grow too quickly and then they don't really know how to move their body right, like it's uncoordinated. He's like that permanently in his body. He's wearing a black overcoat that's too short in the sleeves, black pants that are too long. And I think the only interesting thing about him is he has a tiny little cat pin on his lapel. And he's just sitting by himself, just looking kind of wallflowery.
Incredible. Could you roll me, please, a persuasion check? This is a retroactive persuasion check.
Great. Nat 20.
This is a moment where the dice tell the story perfectly.
Thank you, dice.
You have been in town for a couple of days and have had some conversations with people. You aren't a broker of information. You aren't someone who has information or rumors to spread. You simply got into conversations with a bunch of people and rolled high enough on that persuasion to convince them that you know what you were talking about. Therefore, these two people who have never met you, who are now coming to buy you a drink and see if you have something for them, may not actually get the information they are so truly after, but let's see if you actually might have some information for them, as Drestil and Quartz enter into this tavern and spot very clearly, purely from the threads that he wears, a member of Eldron.
I'm going to nudge Drestil and point, not so subtly, to the Eldron fellow. And I'm going
He's gonna try and put the finger down a little bit more subtle.
Well, there's your man.
Right.
I'm going to and he's gonna like hit you with like an open hand. I'm gonna go get some drinks.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. I'll go and say hello.
Sir, you're paying.
Of course. Let me go over to the bartender. Hello.
Right.
What is your figure?
Might I get your finest?
Of course. Two of your
3,
finest.
in fact. 3.
I
Oh.
meant 2 for me. So
Oh,
make that 4.
4. Make that 4.
This very tall, femme-presenting bar owner is sort of polishing glasses and looks the two of you up and down, sees your outfit, sees the eagerness to have the finest drinks, and just gives a polite nod to the both of you. Not a problem. Fine day for the opening of the matching season, no? Must want to celebrate before heading over. I'll bring them over to your table.
That'll be wonderful, thank you. All right, well, it's time to meet a new friend then, shall we, Quartz?
Yes,
I'm
absolutely.
Gotta head on over and ask Lysander, would you mind terribly if I joined you for a drink with my friend here?
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah. Yeah, more friends the merrier. That's what they say. I'll put my book away.
That
Yeah,
is
Quartz
what
is
they
just
say.
going to sit down.
Wow, you're so tall, okay? Did you guys see all those sheep? That was weird, eh?
I can't believe that happens. What kind of place is this?
Crazy.
So, my name is Drestil. This is my friend here, and I'm gonna just gesture for Quartermaine to introduce themselves however they would like.
I'm Quartz.
Oh, great to meet you guys. I'm Lysander.
Lovely to meet you, Lysander.
Quartz is gonna go for like a handshake, and like accidentally like crush your hand a little bit, but then
I would
like
be
quickly
touching
let go.
just the
I was
fingers
I'm
of your
so
hand.
sorry.
Just a super awkward handshake. Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. Jeez. Whew. You're carrying 4 drinks. You guys having a fun morning?
Well, Quartz is having much more fun than I am at the moment. I only have the one, and this one is for you, my friend. I figure a first impression is something that you only get one shot at, so.
That's so true. Everyone has been so nice in this city. Everywhere I go, people have been smiling at me, and I've just been chatting with them and sharing all the good cheer about matching season. So it's great to meet new friends.
You know, I would love to hear the good cheer about matching season myself. I've heard little bits here and there, but I'd love to hear your take.
I'm just excited. I came here on a diplomatic mission ahead of time for House Nightfork, for Lord Ezra and Lady Darcy. And they're attending, and I'm just like so excited. And I thought, don't tell anyone this. I was going to come ahead of time and try and get some like gossip or start some rumors, you know? So, yeah, like, but don't share that. It's not supposed to be something that people know.
That is such a clever idea. I would never have thought that anyone would even think to do that.
Stop.
Well, wonderfully played. I see that your house is going to have quite the advantage with a keen mind.
Yeah, it's yeah, I'm like the steward there, so I don't have a lot of pull, but I feel like, making friends is a great way to go into this. So like, just want to make friends with all of House Nightfork, like tell everyone about them, tell them how great they are, maybe some of their weaknesses, because I've been learning that vulnerability is like a great way to meet people and make friends. So you guys leaned in a lot when I said that. Are you into vulnerability as well?
Yeah, I mean, I feel it's one of the hallmarks. If you can be vulnerable with a person, then you can establish a very strong foundation for a relationship. So,
Quartz, I think you have blood and a tooth on your boot. I just noticed it right there. Whoa, that's kind of
sheep.
Yes.
Sheep. Yeah, I guess those toothy sheep.
Sheep have teeth.
Well, do you guys want to talk a little more? I can't be late for matching season. If you guys wanted, I could tell you all the gossip I know, and we could share gossip on the way to.
Are you headed there now?
I could be. Do you want me to finish this drink? You bought it for me. Like, I'll try.
Oh, absolutely. You know what? To new friendships.
To new friends. I struggled to finish this drink. It's very painful to watch.
I am locked in.
Can you
struggling with this drink?
Can you roll me a Constitution saving throw just to see how well this goes?
It's kind of like fire, when it goes. I got 11.
Yeah. Okay. That's maybe gonna bite you a little bit in the butt. As the three of you make your way towards the grand hall of this town, where there is a solar circle. You can see that you are slightly early, but heading to the matching season to make friends or to even get the information from Lysander seems like the best way to go. You can always send a message to your families later about your arrival. As you head in, you can see that the solar circle is just kind of lighting up. There's beautiful chalk marking across a tiled floor, and it hums slightly as it fills the space with this presence, this energy. Has any of you traveled through solar circle before?
Probably not.
I tend to stay away from magics. Especially magical transportation.
Wonderful.
It makes me nervous.
Yeah.
I want to say with the shenanigans that Drestil gets up to, yeah, this is not his first rodeo with this.
All right. Not a problem at all. Please roll me, Drestil, a history check.
Okie dokie. Let's see. That is going to be a 15.
Okay. I think with a 15, you would know that transporting via Solar Circle is meant to be done one at a time. The reason for that, or at least the politeness of that, is when transporting through this magical means, your thoughts and your feelings are projected out of your mind in almost holographic visions as you transport. However, the two beside you don't know this, and it's up to you whether you want to tell them or not.
Question. If I know this, is there any way for me to guard my thoughts?
Is there any way for you to guide your thoughts?
You know what? It's fine. I've got an idea.
Okay.
All right, everyone. Let's go ahead, and I would like to walk in with Lysander and just subtly push Quartz, so it's just me and Lysander, and Quartz has to go
fantastic.
after.
Okay. Not a problem at all. In that case, you both step through into the light of this circle. Pray tell, what is on your mind, Lysander? What is going to be projected out as you teleport?
It's probably like the thoughts, I'm doing so well, this is going so great, and be kind, be vulnerable, find true love. Just his affirmations for the morning.
Okay, not a problem. Drestil, what is your thoughts right now? Or if you would like to roll a deception check to try and project false thoughts, you can also attempt to do that.
I was gonna do that or cast minor illusion to like create falsified thoughts.
Okay.
But let's go. I can go with deception. Oh my god. Let's see. That is deception plus 8. 27.
Holy shit. Perfect. You project out something that isn't actually your true thoughts or feelings in this.
It's just me chasing sheep. Oh, no, not me chasing sheep, me running from sheep. Because I was acting as though I had no idea about the sheep. So it's just, I can't believe this village is like this.
What a brilliant little lie that you have made. However, the merging of the two of you going through this teleportation circle, it glitches slightly. And instead of landing in the arrival spot in the demigod city, in the castle, you arrive in a different location, one that is already occupied. The foyer of 3 other characters that we are going to meet right now. I will also check, how quickly did Quartz follow?
Yeah, as soon as like Drestil started pushing me out of the way, my competitive nature was like, no, what you pushing me for? And so he pushed me out of the way and I hopped back in there.
Okay, so very closely behind.
Yeah.
The 3 of you land, boom, 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 one after another in the foyer. Jess, I will get you to describe your character first for us as you see this right before your very eyes.
Othello, I would say, is probably stepping forward, making sure that her 2 siblings behind her are ready to go, that they are looking the part. They themselves have short cropped black hair and are wearing an impeccable white suit with red accents, red trim on the epaulette, a red shirt, red buckles on the shoes. There is something about Othello that screams perfection, but also a little anxiety, almost as if they are too stood up, too poised, too ready to go. And In their hand, they hold a small book, and as they're looking over their siblings, just, okay, Otto, okay, you've got... And as you appear in this grand foyer, this beautiful foyer filled with a marble staircase and gleaming walls, it is spotless, impeccable, the house of the de Hamptons where you have landed, our abode. There is something that flashes in Othella's eyes as unwelcome or unknown visitors cross into her home. They, you can't quite tell, there's an androgynous element of her. They look at you and regard you each, and as they do, they just quite protectively put their hands out to either side and push their siblings back. I believe you are here without invitation. Might I ask your names?
Oh, yeah. Hi. Sorry, I'm Lysander, and these are my new close friends. Introduce yourselves.
Right. I'm Drestil. Of course, meaning no offense. And being here, this was all a terrible accident, I assure you.
Quartz is going to bow deeply, like almost like head touching the knees kind of bow. And be extremely formal. I am Quartermaine of House Stormfell. My friends call me Quartz. Please forgive us. We did not mean to intrude.
As you bend down, Othella is going to reach forward and just very gently place your chin betwixt her fingers and raise your head and look deeply into your eyes. A wise display of admiration. I appreciate it greatly. Come, rise, you have introduced yourselves. Siblings, we have guests, it would appear. Would you like
to
introduce
that.
yourselves?
I would say the tall one.
As this is happening, I would say a rather tall, very beautiful individual with strong, angular, pale features and very dark brown eyes, which regard you all with an element of curiosity and immense kindness. Wavy, blonde hair slicked back and with the merest hint of curls just breaking free beneath the ears. And you can see that on very long, delicate fingers there are several silvered rings and a matching brooch upon a white necktie, displaying an Ouroboros of 3 interlocking hands. And he wears a fine red tailcoat trimmed with silver thread over a snowy white ensemble, all the way from his frilled cuffs to immaculate heels, and sort of stepping free a little bit from Othella and just placing a very reassuring hand upon your shoulder. Just, it's all right, sister. And stepping forward, just kneels down on the ground and reaching down towards the marble floor, just picks up your fallen book, Lysander, and just gives it back to you. And it's always a pleasure to receive new guests. Apologies, my siblings are a little intense. But it is good to welcome you into our home, accident or no. And please, let us not stand on ceremony here. I am Otto. No lords, no bowing, please.
Thank you.
Is there
And
any way for...
lastly,
Oh, go
let us introduce the final sibling. Siam, please describe to us your character.
Yeah. Right beside her brother, right before he moves, you would also see next to him, shorter, but not too much shorter. But she's tall and she's beautiful. She also has those strong, pale, angular features, and they're capable of both, I would say, to her siblings, some insolence. But there's a lot of love there as well. It's just that you have to be the youngest sibling, right? And so you all would see her kind of straighten up. You didn't really catch what she was messing with her brother about, but you would see poise. She's got a smile. She also moves forward a little bit, not as far. She doesn't reach her hand out to their sibling, but she just nods and looks upon each of you.
Oh, where are our manners? You have come into our home, but I do not think you know who exactly we are. Allow us to introduce ourselves. We are the De Hamptons. I am Othello, child of love and longing, demigod of admiration.
I am Otto, demigod of affirmations, and just places a hand upon your shoulder, Drestil. And in that moment, you would feel
very tense.
you would feel a reassuring warmth, I think, as Otto just looks into your eyes and just gives a small nod, just of reassurance and a slight smile before stepping back.
And then stepping forward just a little bit more to be at the same distance away from y'all now. And I am Attilia. I'm the youngest sibling. However, I also have my domain of altruism, so if you ever need a hype girl, you come to me, okay?
Let's not be too hasty, Attilia, darling. Now then, would you mind introducing yourselves? But somewhat specifically, you are mortals, yes?
Yeah.
Whereabouts is it that you would be heralding from? Specifically.
Panic over Quart's face as does not know how to answer that question.
The three very good-looking demigods are overwhelming in themselves, let alone their warming nature. However, I will get Othello, Otto, and Attilia to please roll me insight checks on the three of these individuals.
That is 23 for Otto.
Okay.
That is 18.
Literally, I got a net one.
Ella? Oh no. Oh, sister.
I feel like it's right.
It's just me. It's always me.
It tracks.
This checks out. She's looking around and kind of looking at other clothes and Mortal's got some nice fashion. Not paying attention to what her siblings are.
Otto, you can see and tell from the different clothing that these three are wearing. It's very obvious that Lysander is from the nation of Eldron, and that Drestil and Quartz, as they introduce themselves, are from the Empire of Armor. However, Drestil is wearing a very fine coat over shepherd's outfit, and Quartz has blood and a tooth on their shoe, and is also still wearing elements of Cerule, the kingdom to the east.
It appears you've travelled from disparate places. Please, would you like anything to eat? We're about to leave, but if this is your first time travelling, you might be a little disoriented. Please, we have food, we have drink if you require. Please, tell us, are you here for the matching games?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's so excited about it. Yeah. Do you mind if I have some bread? I had a lot of drinks earlier, and I think I need something in my system, and I shouldn't reject an offer.
Of course.
Okay.
Othello sort of snaps the book open, clicks her fingers, and before you, just to almost as if summoned to your side, a table rises up out of the marble, and a cornucopia of breads and fruits sweet drink also sort of just manifests up and out of the marble. Take your fill as you need.
Thank you.
Lysander, please roll me another Constitution saving throw, and then a performance check.
Sure. Come on, con save. Oh, what is that? 11. Same roll.
Okay. Still holding it in, still holding it down. What about the performance?
Performance? 19.
Okay, never mind. The demigods, you welcome these three mortals into your space. You have time before the opening ball tonight to glean their intentions, maybe find out how you can help these three. However, there looks to be all three of them, especially Otto with your 23 insight, all three of them seem to look like they have somewhere else to be or some other people to talk to, but are choosing to stay and speak with the three of you in this moment.
I think noting this and noting the space slowly warming, the alarm of these three mortals appearing in our beautiful home subsiding a little bit, I think Otto, just watching everyone make themselves at home in our home, just looks about to each of them, taking in their dress, taking in the blood and the tooth, makes a note of that. Probably we'll question Quartz about it later, but just looking about, I said we would not stand on ceremony, so I hope you will not mind my asking a few questions. Merely, if this is your first time within our realm, we would be more than happy to direct you in any which way that you require. You look as though you are on the move, perhaps. For what reasons are you wishing to attend the matching games? Obviously, for us it is more of a duty, but for you, I imagine some stake.
Drestil,
can I be honest?
Could you roll me an insight check, please?
Yes, I could do that. Insight. Okay, +2. Oh, that's not great. 14.
Okay. With a 14, you haven't heard the matching season be referred to as games, and it sort of clocks to you that it's a very different perspective for the demigods. To them, this might be games. To the mortals, the matching season is far more... Well, you have far more at stake.
Yeah, it's everything.
It's everything. You glean from this that you're good at games. You're good at charm. Maybe the information that you were seeking that Lysander doesn't seem to necessarily have might indeed come from these three instead. If they are playing games, better to be part of their team.
This whole time, Drestil has been very nervous, but also listening and watching. You ever see a cat like measure a jump for somewhere they shouldn't be jumping? Like, that's Drestil right now. Like, can I can lie to mortals, but like, do I got the sauce for this? And like, the more he's taking in, it's like, I think I can do it. So it's just you speak of it. You speak of your duties, in matching. I can't help but find myself to be curious as to what duties, do you all in particular take part in?
Perhaps a little demonstration would be in order. Othella's going to use her purview, and she is going to double check very quickly the name. A gentle alteration, if you would be so kind, gracious DM. I would like for the DeHamptons to appear like objects of affection. Like something that these three, like water in the desert. I want very briefly to inspire them to sort of be admired by these three mortals, and it mean almost nothing to the DeHamptons, and just show them how quickly it is that we are able to sway their emotions, and so appear maybe much more beautiful than we already are, or something to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
Would that be possible?
Indeed. You cannot necessarily alter the mind of these three, but you can become more desirable in an instant. That moment, like you said, of water in a desert, the three of you feel the immediate pull to want to talk to, want to be around, want to appease these three in sort of that most popular kid in school vibe, where you know that you're going to benefit or be happier if you are with these three. But it's up to the player's discretion of what you actually think about that. Your mind is not being altered, you are simply being persuaded to want them.
Yeah, it doesn't take a lot for Quartz to be like, oh, okay, hey, let's hang out with these three. Yeah, so whatever effect you did was just like added onto it. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, he seems, yes. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out here.
Can I make her? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, after you.
I was just gonna ask, can I make a request? Which is, it's totally gonna work, but can there be something that's in the way that a fellow would have to kind of move a little bit for Drestil? Because the core thing that he wants more than anything is his family's approval. So, like, just having to nudge that a little bit in order to put wanting to please them first, I think it might take a little bit of work.
Mm-hmm. Again, this isn't overarching your wants and desires. It's just in the feeling at the moment that you desire these three. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I would just say I immediately spill the sweet drink all over the front of my shirt, just as I like take a step forward.
Let me help you with that. And she grabs a probably tea towel that was laying on the table and just starts dabbing it on you. Here, you need to put a little bit more pressure. We could probably get somebody down to help you clean it before it sets.
Face pure red, knees weak and wobbly as this is happening.
His arms are heavy.
It's fine.
You wouldn't happen to have spaghetti by chance? I suddenly have an hankering for it.
In the cornucopia that has appeared beside Lysander, just Mom's spaghetti just comes out.
Spaghetti.
It's a lot of
happens.
Just like my mom's.
These houses do respond to the magic of the gods. They can be altered and changed by the desires of those within them, especially those who have been assigned the abode. For the mortals, even in their district that is constructed every 3 years for the matching season, each of their homes is set up to respond to them, to add decor in a fashion that would resonate with the individual listed as the owner of that estate for this time being. And so, of course, cornucopias of food, whether it be spaghetti or not, is going to overflow. And something that is particularly different about the three of your estate is that it doesn't just respond to your wants and desires, but it definitely manifests what other people who are visiting also want as part of your domains, part of your purviews. Last roll I will ask from Lysander. Well, please roll me an insight check.
You got it. Come on, stats. 15.
Okay. Your performance is solid, and with a 15, you know of these three. You know well enough that as innocent as their purviews are, those that get mixed up in their shenanigans over time tend to have drastic results, good and bad. Love is a messy game, and these three are the epitome of that, as children of love and logging. You would know this, but it does not show on your face.
Let's play some games. Lysander would say, after collecting himself, something like, can I be so honest with you guys here? I don't want to speak for Drestil in Quartz.
Here, let me help you sit. And she's going to pull out a chair for him. And you see her kind of push back as she's sitting you down. Long, blonde white hair, very similar to her brother's. And she looks at you with kind, darker brown eyes. She pulls away. You can tell us anything.
This is like a song in my heart that I've just been like keeping inside because I haven't wanted it to come out and let everyone know. But Drestil and Quartz have been so nice, and we've been sharing our vulnerabilities this morning. And so I just want to let you guys know, I really came here for true love. I was supposed to be really helping the Night Forks and Darcy and Ezra, my lords, but I really think I have a shot at the matching game. I know I spilled the drink all over myself, and my legs are still shaky, but it would just be really... You ever like look at a sunset and it makes you cry? Like, what if you were sitting next to someone looking at that sunset and they were also crying, but it was like happy tears? Like that's kind of what... Am I rambling? Should I... Okay.
If it wasn't love, then you wouldn't be nervous.
That's so
Well said,
okay
sister.
to be nervous.
Well said.
We've been at this a while, so... We've come to
Life.
Any advice? Oh, yeah, please.
Life is short. For us, too, infinity seems like nothing. But for you, for mortals, life is too short to mince words. My purview and that of my siblings, there is a loneliness in love. There is an absence of it. But not so for you. I am a firm believer in love gives us the endings that we deserve. And he gestures towards where you came through. And as he looks at you, you get a very real sense that he saw your innermost thoughts. From the moment you entered, he just nods and you will receive the ending you deserve. By the end of these games, or this, he nods at the two of you, season. I truly believe that. Whether you win or no.
Okay. That's reassuring.
Since Lysander is getting all of this attention from the very, very pretty people in front of us, like, Quartz is gonna like go over to the table that popped up and like grab a drink and be like, kind of slightly spill it on himself and just see if the same thing happens.
Othello will immediately just sort of clock it and, oh, gracious, and move over to you and sort of again, oh, this is fine. Fine jacket
I
you
don't
are wearing.
know how this happened.
We tend to have that effect on mortals. I do apologize. And she'll place a hand over the spill and just cast prestidigitation and clean it all away. There. Or better.
Yeah,
Look phenomenal.
As you take your hand away, like, Quartz is just gonna miss it as he's like putting his hand up to where yours was. Is like, thank you. I appreciate it.
Now tell us, you must, please. We have Lysander's wish for true love. What about you? Is it Drestil and Quartermaine? What are your wishes for these matching games? what your innermost desires.
Quartz looks over to Drestil because his seem more pressing than my own.
I might need to make a deception check.
Please do so.
Are you aiming
Lily's
at
pulling out a notepad. Take notes. It's like, I'm very
Is this
ready for this.
a deception check against all three of us or just one of us?
Depends how
was paying
quiet it
attention.
is.
You asked the question, what's your innermost desire? And then what do you want for the games? And those are two very different things. And so he's just going to give one generic answer that's kind of true for both. Which is just... I want the people that I care about to get the good ending they deserved, as Otto spoke of. That's all.
It's beautiful.
I love my family very much, and I want their success more than anything in the world, even my own. That's all.
Beautiful sentiment.
I can't help but have a question, and I apologize if this is inappropriate. I see that you all have domains, or aspects of life and love that you rule over. Would there be someone who happens to have the domain of grief?
I don't know if they'll be there this year.
They do certainly exist, but I suppose that would sit perhaps under death and destruction. Do you know of death and destruction by any chance? The demigods of?
I don't know of the demigods, but I'm familiar with their work, being mortal and all.
You're going to love Scrios.
One of us already does. Quartermaine, I asked the same question to you. What is your deepest desire and what do you want from the matching games?
My answer is going to seem pretty frivolous compared to my comrades here. I just would like to have fun. I'm here for a good time, and not so much a long time. So
I think at this point you probably notice Othello hasn't completely removed her hand from your shoulder from when she cast prestidigitation. It's just sort of lingering there somewhat. And I'd like to just do an insight check on that, if I may.
Go for it.
So that is a 14 plus, so 18 total.
Casper, what does an 18 glean from an insight check on Quartz?
You see that, like, he truly he believes that that's what he's looking for, but, like, it's only because he seems unsure of any other grander plan. He's more of a takes life as it comes kind of guy. So
as Othello looks into Quartz's eyes, oh, I see. You're the youngest, aren't you? Of your family.
Yes, that is true.
She casts a look over to Ottilia. It's like, I know them well. Have as much fun as your heart desires. And if there is anything that I can do for you while you are out there, you need just say our names and we will help. You have the most fun, I assure you.
Absolutely.
Now, the hour is getting late. I am afraid. Must we be on our way?
No, we don't want to be late.
I would hate to miss
guys-
the opening ceremonies.
Do you guys mind sharing what do you want from this year's matching season?
Oh, for everybody to fall in love. Obviously.
Okay, great. Amazing.
Maybe even my siblings. But we'll see.
Don't be silly, darling. That is not for us.
Quartz is gonna raise his hand, awkwardly.
Oh, you're not in a school. You need not permission to speak.
Might we... May we accompany you to these matching opening ceremony?
It is not even a question.
I'm speaking directly to Othello.
And the lingering hand on your shoulder turns into a sort of firm grasp. We would be delighted if you would join us.
And we're going to move over to a different area of the demigod's city. For some, the journey might have been a little rocky, but not for this particular household. In fact, a few of these members traveled via Solar Circle, a quite easy teleportation mechanism to get to the demigod city itself. One, however, that does project your thoughts and feelings around the space as you traverse through it. So I will begin with Kim. please describe your character for us? And if you could, what kind of thoughts or feelings she might be having in this moment leading to the matching season that might have projected out in holograms as she traversed through the solar portal?
That's so fun. Okay. I think you could, if we would zoom in on her, you probably see it a lot on her face because she's very expressive. I think you would see like a furrowed brow, very like nervous. And I think instead of like a hologram like picture projections, I think she thinks more in like colors and that sort of thing and how she expresses her emotions. I would think it's very much like a swirl of like purples and blues and maybe a tinge of like green as well. And you see this water genasi. She looks pretty young. She looks about 21 years old. Her hair is typically in like multiple little braids, but pulled up into like a low bun. She has blue skin, very similar to her mother's, though her mother's leans, I think, more gray. She's more blue. And she has like dark seafoam green hair, and she has these like dark blue eyes that you could just see is like full of nerves and also a little bit of excitement as well, I think, as she's teleporting to this matching season, trying to hope for the best, you know?
I would feel the exact same way if I was in that situation. As you step forth out of the solar circle, you step down onto these beautiful white marble stairs. There is a crowd that has gathered to almost act as a promenade or a parade to showcase all the unmatched that are arriving here in the castle. And following suit right behind you is your mother. Tanlin, could you please describe to us your character and what she might have been thinking as she stepped through the portal?
Yeah, so I think unlike her daughter, she doesn't really like show her emotion on her face. She's very like guarded. And because you said like what she's like seeing would be like floating through on the along with the ride. I think like it's like images of her daughter, like what she hopes for her, like everything that she does is for her. Like especially now, after losing her husband, it's like that's her world. That's what she needs to like protect. And so yeah, she's just like this. She's kind of tall, blue lady. Yeah, blue lady.
Check, done. We're ready to go.
Yeah, done. We're done. Yeah, that's it. It's like a stony blue though, like more like slatey. It's not super like bright, especially like as she's gotten older because she's an older lady. It's probably dulled. And her dress, her like how she dresses is far from like simple. She loves like extravagance. She loves elegance. And so it's a lot of pearls and like sapphires and beaded things. And yeah. That's all I got.
I love that. You step forth right behind your daughter and you can see immediately the crowd that is forming to almost nitpick, to scrutinize, to observe and write stories about the unmatched of this season. You've been through this before, though this year seems different. Especially since the perfect match that was awarded 3 years ago, well, the wife died under mysterious circumstances, and now the entire city seems on edge to perform this matching season in a way that will appease the gods and quell the rumors. You, as a member of Cerule, and your daughter are making your way over to the Ephemerals, a makeshift housing that constructs itself through magic once every 3 years, specifically to the Royal Blue Road, where the different estates of the noble houses of Cerule will be staying for the 3 months. You do have to walk through the crowds, however, and this requires the two of you to present yourselves in a way that won't elicit rumors, scandals, or misconceptions of who you are. So I will ask the two of you to please roll me either a dexterity saving throw or a performance roll.
Okay, first roll. So excited.
Roll.
I got a 15 for performance.
Wonderful.
You're not going to believe this. I got a 5 for dexterity.
Oh boy. Oh, you're next to me. You get a +3 to saving throws. So not as bad, but
I mean, still kind of terrible. Yeah.
Look, an 8 isn't wonderful, but luckily, with the higher roll from your daughter, she is able to sort of catch you as your foot catches on the carpet that has been rolled out for the unmatched. You trip a little, and then your daughter loops her arm around you and pretends like nothing happened. The performance roll of 15 sort of half covers it. And you continue on down this walk, and you can hear smatterings of whispers about the two of you, especially from a very loud voice, a almost abrasive to the ear commentary to the left that seems to be remarking on the newly widowed marauder Tempest and how she better make sure that her daughter doesn't embarrass herself this matching season. The critique of these demigods can be harsh, but it is not as harsh as the conditions the two of you have had to face leaving your home or sharing it with the newest member of your family. As you arrive to your estate, usually provided to House Tempest, to the Count, there is already someone there. The new Count, Mina, your cousin. Adam, please describe to us your character as you have just arrived to this estate.
Alrighty, so quick question. Do I have to describe his thoughts as, did he travel with them through the solar port, or is...
No. The Count would have traveled with airships, presumably with some of the other nobles. So you've had a very cruisy ride to the demigod city.
Yeah, so firstly, the Count stands sort of straight-backed, not quite broad-shouldered, a bit smaller than I think you'd expect for the demeanor on his face. He has this look in his eyes and kind of keeps a straight face, forcing the sensation of better than. That's what he wants to put forward. I do believe you said the area forms itself magically. Like it's kind of shifting. And so I think maybe the area itself shifts as he like walks or kind of moves about, in a sense that he's very comfortable in. The rooms, if willing, will change. Like a step might adjust just slightly to make sure that he doesn't trip up, as he's very comfortable around things like this and magic like this. And I think he's settling in to a position that he just recently got, as if it is a worn and comfortable pair of pants. It's not anything to scoff at, it's not anything to look at. He's just ready, and he knows what he wants out of this matching season. And he's sort of, I think, almost filts about. He's wearing almost like Prince-esque, very blousy top with like kind of straighter cut pants that you can tell is all kind of either padded or lightly armored in different areas, just in case. And he goes about... Also, AJ, I was curious if he would have been able to, before having to be around people, if he would have been able to cast Intellect Fortress on himself.
Sure, why not?
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, so he will have given himself advantage on charisma saves. and charisma saving throws on anything he has going on here, in case he ends up looking a fool. And yeah, he just, like I said, filts around. And I think with the arrival of his family, he probably walks over and immediately kind of like goes for hands, right, to kind of greet and like kiss the hand and greet the former countess and his cousin.
Not a problem. The scene is yours.
I mean, yeah. I think Murata is kind of hesitant. I mean, she'll give you her hand, but her mind is kind of full. I think that's even why she might have like tripped earlier. Like she's just, her mind, like her face doesn't show it, but she's like elsewhere, you know? But yeah.
Wonderful. You can see as you step into this estate, it is a beautiful townhouse vibe, very much like the Bridgerton households. It has a decadent staircase that roams up and then opens up into the different bedrooms on the top floor. What you both notice immediately, well, actually, not Mina, this might be her first time visiting this estate, but for Marauder, you've been to this house before, and what you can immediately observe is that the decor has magically adjusted to suit the new count. Things that were there before to decorate the house in the name of your husband no longer exist. Paintings are different. Even the color of the wood on the furniture seems to have adjusted slightly as well. Everything just seems a little off.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a little disheartening, especially just because, like, my husband, like, okay, I was gonna spend my life with this man, and he unfortunately couldn't with me, and now things are changing, and how am I supposed to remember him if the world around me can't hold on to him, you know? Yeah. So maybe even like on her face, there might be like a bit showing of like that sort of grief kind of bubbling back up. But, yeah.
And I like to think, as we're especially have been walking, especially since I caught you, I like to think that we have like interlocked arms at the moment as we're walking around. And I think I could probably like sense that shift since we do spend so much time together, especially leading up to the matching season. And Mina probably squeezes your arm a little bit with hers as the sort of like reassurance that while something might be going on, at least she's here, your daughter's here, sort of thing.
I love you.
You see as this very elegant female-facing Warforged sort of roams into the space with a tray of biscuits. Welcome to the home. Would you like a cookie?
Well, I can't say no, thank you. And she'll just grab one.
Your bags have already arrived. They are upstairs. Do you need anything from me?
I'll defer to my mom. I'll be like,
yeah.
Do we?
No. And just like she just kind of like waves off, kind of.
It goes to move and sort of like stops itself and reverts back to the two of you. Oh, there is 2 other guests who have arrived. They are in the library. And then starts rolling off again.
Did we? Okay, question. Did we know that more people were going to be coming? Like, we probably had a sense that Nubaran was going to show up, but other people, is that like weird?
Yeah, would Kyrus have told us that he was coming?
I think Kyrus would have informed you of his arrival, but probably not a secondary member. That might be new to you.
Okay, that's good to know.
Definitely interest piqued. I have to go check that out because I am a mother. I have to stay in control.
I have to be alert.
Not a problem. Well, you go towards the library and then realize that maybe the Count needs to lead into the library, but where is Nuberon at this point in time?
I think that in conversation with his cousins and his family, and he sort of talked for a moment and then quickly drifted off elsewhere, seeming uninterested in a lot of ways in a lot of things that are going on, being very like aloof, and then hears them talking about going to the library and sees them walking that way. I think he pauses and then immediately posits himself as if he made the plan. He's like, we should probably check that out in the library, and then walks past them to head the way. It would make the most sense.
As you open the library doors, a beautiful golden French door set, there are two individuals that are seated in the lounges within by the fireplace that is glowing a beautiful blue flame. Nothing actually warm because it is summer, ever summer here in the demigod city, but a nice aesthetic to light up the space. Sean, please describe to us your character.
Yeah, so sitting, I'd imagine, with his back to the door, you would see Cyrus, who is a Triton. They have very long, like the fresh sea foam right before it turns white, but that phase of green hair that comes down slightly past their shoulders. They look to be about middle-aged in terms of like actual like age. They'd be middle for a Triton, but around 30 in human years. They have very defined features of their ears, which I think you would see. They're almost elf-like, but fin out into that of like a fish. I think you would see that they have very like dark navy blue vestments with like House Tempest colors on the shoulders and the cuffs and things, as well as would be spinning their arcane focus, which is how they devote themselves to the god of sun and skies, spinning it. And I think as soon as the other three walk in, you'd see an immediate shift in Cyrus, going from a more relaxed conversation he's having with his cousin to a very uptight and like presenting. He is someone that prides himself as a pillar of neutrality and making sure anyone he's advising does not see too much of him. So for the few people he has comfort in, like just his cousin or some of the members of House Tempest, he allows that shield to drop, but not knowing exactly who walks in, immediately goes right back into like the very defined cardinal clerical presentation he's trained himself for over the past many years.
Wonderful. And sitting opposite you, your cousin. Promethean, please describe to us your character.
Indeed, and Aurelius will take a line from his cousin and also just sort of sit a little bit straighter as the countess and the countess's daughter walk in. There will be three figures in the room though, because a short way away from Aurelius will be an adorable harp seal just lazing in front of the fire, kind of looking over as these people walk in. Aurelius himself he's also a Triton. His skin will sort of shift almost depending on the light between kind of blue and green, very similar to kind of looking at the ocean and watching the light dance off it. Same finned ears. His hair will be cut short with almost kind of burgundy tips. And the look in his eyes, it's almost as if the grief that has overcome House Tempest is embodied in this one person. He has a sadness in his eyes that looks as though he very much feels that he does not belong here, and perhaps should not be here.
Count Nuberon, that is what greets you as you step forth into the library.
I think I make first move as entering before I see them tighten up, right? Shoulders tighten up. And that's, I think, something that's probably newer to me in this moment. I haven't always had as much status as I have now. I'm freshly counted. And I see the straightened backs, and I think the first thing I do is walk past them to the seal
And I kneel down and I'm like, why haven't you straightened up? At sort of a pass for a joke. And I'm not sure how well it goes over with the room, but just very like, why aren't you showing us the respect? And I reach out to see if it'll allow me to pet it. I think count as assuming it's a familiar. I don't know whether it is or is not.
Love the idea that it isn't, but let me is this creature a person or a familiar or a...
It is in fact my ranger's companion.
We love that.
creature.
Okay, well then in that case, Adam, I will need you to roll me an animal handling check, please. And in the meantime, the others, I think I'll let them decide whether the joke worked or not. I do know that you have a bonus to your charisma right now, but that is up to the players whether they find it funny or not.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, I apologize. I'm going to give myself guidance on this, just in case. I don't want to get bit. Alrighty. That is animal handling. Make sure. That is a 15.
15. Okay. I don't think that that's bad, but I do not want to take the agency away from Promethean. Would you like me to embody your seal familiar, or would you like to embody your seal familiar?
I think in this case you absolutely can, but Aurelius will stand out of the chair that he's been sitting in and turn to the seal and just say, behave, before turning and formally bowing to the Countess and to Mina.
Not a problem.
I do think when you turn to your seal and kind of in my direction where I'm at and you say to behave, I do intend to, as my hand is still kind of reaching out towards your companion.
That's good. So Aurelius does have, and I think this is Tritons in general, emissary of the sea, so he can communicate ideas to beasts with a swimming speed, such as a seal. So Percy will understand the intent of that suggestion.
Percy will raise a flipper and like do the equivalent of a shake of hands with you, and you see there's almost a look in the eyes of this seal of vast intelligence that, you know, a regular seal might not necessarily have. The eyes right there. And as it lowers its flipper once again down to the ground, onto the soft carpet, you hear the little squelch, because this seal still has a bit of dampness to them that's ever permeating the space. You hear almost like a mumbling in the throat of the creature. For a moment, you think it replied to you. But it was just not quite audible to tell whether that was an animal sound or an actual voice that came out of it.
It's a fully conscious seal. It's so silly.
Yeah, I think when it does the gurgle, I like straighten up a bit. I'm like, oh. Did anyone else? Does anyone else? That's normal. I've seen that. And I think I take a couple of paces, not anticipating it to have the level of like acknowledgement. Like it looked at me and it knew I had a name, and that was maybe too much for me. And so I think I've given it space.
Incredible. You return over to greet Kyrus and Aurelius. As the five of you are in the library, and before you on the little coffee table, not only another tray of the biscuits from the Warforged woman from earlier, but also a stack of identity cards. And what I mean by that is a whole lot of cards to sort through and find potential matches with information on their hobbies, their titles, and their fighting skills. You see them stacked on top of the coffee table, either pre-prepared from Kyrus or delivered to you from the royal house itself.
Yeah, I believe Kyrus would, having been in the library first, or with his cousin, would definitely have stacked the stack. Like, he has been part of the matching before. He's been an advisor for a long time. So maybe to his cousin, maybe before, be like, well, this one will not do, nor will they. They're the wrong country. This one, and like raise them up, and like the stacks are pre-ordered by his personal thing, and he's also divided them to each of the four for like knowing them a bit, like who he thinks would be best for the others. Promethean, I think Aurelius would know he's done this. The other three, he doesn't admit it, but he's definitely doing his job as like mentor and trying to make sure he can advise the family and Cerule as much as possible.
Excellent.
Amazing. Well, in that case, curious, what is your priority at the top of these stacked decks?
So I think knowing the families, the priority for Maruda would be someone gentle that would, like someone gentle that has longevity and sustainability. For Mina, I think it would be someone who can help break her out of her shell a bit more and help her naturally step into the limelight in a way that would show off all of her strengths and remove any scandal that's been around the house. Part of what Curious would also have been doing is trying to, using his power with the clergy, like in his sermons, preaching forgiveness, giving the ideas of moving on and like respect, but forgetting to like try and undermine some of the stories that have been going around in the house last year. And I think with Mina really trying to emphasize like bringing forth someone that is about to bloom into their own right. For the Count, I think it would be somebody of equal interest in the finer things in life, but someone maybe a bit older who understands budgeting and understands like when in a room how to act versus when in a room how to present themselves in the way the Count just had, which if we were not in smaller company, Curious would have made a comment, as he has several times in the past, but now that we're just within the five of us. And then for Aurelius, I think it would be someone much more simple than the other three, but still someone that enjoys the sea, someone that enjoys animals, someone that is out there that maybe is a little lesser known to help with a family that's part of our family. Like we know the grief and we know how hard it can be to have someone foreshadowing your whole life and wouldn't want to set his cousin up with someone who would continue to try and be a spotlight. So someone who might also enjoy a bit of the background and just enjoying a life of adventure with someone they care for.
What a brilliant answer. That was so well said. And now I have to find people in the list of unmatched that match that criteria, which is wonderful and complex, which is exactly how the five of you might feel right now sitting in this library. Tell me, are you preferencing those from Cerule as unmatched suitors?
I don't think I am. I think he's looking at everyone more from a personal side and knowing that as House we will represent Cerule well enough that even if someone marries into the kingdom will benefit for it. Would be removing anyone that would be like, probably not removing any noble that would try and pull them into Arma or into the other ones. So like high-ranking nobility is maybe a second or third in line that would enjoy coming to the kingdom. So anywhere from, but someone that would join Cerule and not try and pull some of our stars from our own fine kingdom.
Okay, wonderful. Well, in that case, there is a couple of princes that are attending the matching season this year. Not only the three princes from Cerule itself, Tristan, Elian, and Gideon, but also two princes from Arma. One of which, the youngest prince, fourth in line to the throne, would be a very good match for Mina. You look over and you hand over these two cards, or the three princes of Cerule, and the one from Arma, which is Tia, Armadeum. For the Count, we were searching for a kind individual, but someone wanting the finer things in life as well. I believe that with that, there are a couple of daughters from the House Mistmore. Or, if we were searching for a more gender-neutral or male-facing character or individual to pair with the Count, there is, of course, House Petrichor. They have a son from House Petrichor, or the liege from House Tidal, an individual that is making their way quite predominantly through Cerule as a gender non-conforming mortal who wants to win the title of perfect match so that the lands and title bestowed upon them at the end of the matching season is one of neutrality. First time in Cerule's history. You lay out those cards for the Count. And for Marauder, you look over some of the members of Cerule that would be in the same age bracket. And there is one particular character, one particular individual, a very high up duke, Kingsbrook, who is also recently widowed. A Miles Whitham Kingsbrook, who could be favourable and kind, and has known loss as well. However, the advisor to Kingsbrook is not an individual that you particularly enjoy the company of.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be interesting, but they would be a good match. And lastly, for Aurelius, someone potentially outside of Cerule. There is a house that has 3 daughters. A house that doesn't or hasn't been very broadcast, but through your research you have found that House Mace has 3 daughters of a recently widowed individual, a dowager lord, and his 3 daughters, the eldest one is now a baroness. The 2 younger daughters could also be a good fit for Aurelius, and introducing them to your cousin might be of advantage for him. More tea and refreshments is brought in as you pile or sort through all of these cards. What is going through everyone's mind right now? Mina, looking at these cards, these options, these faces, do you feel as though the advice given to you is correct, or are you searching for something different through the cards?
I think the forefront of Mina's mind, I think as she's going through this, she's like leaning into like Curious and her mother and just being like, so like, why would this one be a good one? Or like, so what makes this one a good match? And I think she's very much prioritizing, right? What's good for the house, what's good for the family. But I also think that she's also secretly like longing or looking for someone who she just makes like a genuine connection with, a love match. And I think that's also like in the back of her mind, not so much in the forefront, because she knows what's important is making sure the house and the family is good. So I think as she's sorting through these, she's like, okay, so what's the advantage of like possibly going with the suitor, or like, you know, asking her mother, like, which one would be the most advantageous for us? And so I think that's what she's thinking as we're going through the stack of cards.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Marauder, seeing your daughter search through matches at the same time that you are, at the same time that your fresh count of House Tempest is not the most comfortable situation, I would say, but what is it that you're thinking in this moment?
I think I'm going for like the obvious, like, yeah, like what's gonna help us right now. I think that's probably why Mina's doing the same thing. It's probably something I've drilled into her as her mother, like family comes first, our duty, we have to follow it, we have to protect ourselves and the people that we love. Like that's first and foremost. And I think even because her first, you know, marriage might not have been one of love, but of like opportunity and duty, it's kind of not even a thought in her mind that like love is even an option for her, especially in her older age. So it's like, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. What about the Count?
I think kind of just goes through them sort of haphazardly, like maybe like and I think definitely settles on obviously to him at least the most interesting is the one that immediately does not conform to traditional high society. That would immediately deviate if won, right, if the victory is taken, would immediately deviate from years of tradition. And so I think that's one definitely that draws his attention the most, because not only is it high society and gaudy and showy, it's also in the face of high society, gaudy and showy. It's so different, and that pulls on him, I think, deeply. But then beyond that, I think he's not looking for love match. He's not looking for status. He's looking at, I believe you mentioned that they had sort of their like combat capabilities or like little like kind of blurbs on their ability to do things. I think he's looking for who he deems the strongest ones there. I want to align myself that way. I'm looking at this and I'm like, not you. And that's the goal I'm looking for. So I'm leaning interesting, and then those that I can align myself that are capable in combat.
Okay. In that case, the three princes of Cerule do have a lot of fighting training and a lot of status that would keep you safe, let me say. If you were to stay within Cerule, those would be your better choices. But that doesn't mean that you don't have other options. There are some very impressive fighters from the Empire of Arma. Namely, the second daughter of House Mace has been rumored to be excellent with a sword. And there are a very impressive set of twins from House Claymore, Henri and Soar, who are both very powerful in their own right as well. These names stick out to you, and you make a little mental list of who to potentially talk to or woo. Alongside the future liege of House Tidal, Tashi. Tashi Monocot Tidal is their full name. And then over to Aurelius. What is it that you are currently thinking about as you sort through these matches?
Very similarly to Marauder and Mina, Aurelius is here for duty, but probably a little bit more hesitant than the two of them. His brother was meant to be here, and Mina and Marauder would probably both be aware of this. So Peronicles, Aurelius's brother, was the golden child of the Baycroft family, and was considered to potentially do quite well in the matching season, but tragically passed away recently due to sickness. And Aurelius is here essentially in his stead, and is not quite comfortable. He'll take his cousin's lead on the suggestions that are offered, and defer to those of House Tempest with a higher rank in terms of if any of the options that Kyrus presents to Aurelius are being looked at by the Count or Mina or Marauder, absolutely will step back from those and take his lead from Kyrus.
With your past as it was before all of this responsibility was sort of thrust upon you, is there a part of you who is catching maybe some of the more fun individuals listed in these cards?
No. So Aurelius has come into this very determined to do the thing that's expected of him. At this stage, not having had any social encounters, and it's been a few years since he returned from kind of the diplomatic tour of the other lands, and he's settled somewhat, and the loss of his brother has matured him. Also, he spent quite a bit of time out in the outer deep on his own, and he's matured somewhat, and his current mindset is one of duty and honor and maturity. For now.
We love some foreshadowing. We love it. Absolutely freaking incredible. Well, in that case, as you sort through these cards, it's very apparent that the best course of action is to start preparing for this opening ball and hopefully be able to mingle with some of these individuals. I will pass the scene over to the group of who would like to have scenes together or a moment before we cut to the arrival at the opening ball itself. Is there anything anyone would like to do?
I think that I probably go over to Mina and Murata. I haven't really talked to them outside of greeting them in front of people. And then we walked into the library and we went over our possible matches. And I haven't had an actual conversation with them recently, at least in the past hours. And I do walk over and I, Countess, I don't intend or misrepresent myself in the vein of my late cousin. I don't want you to think that anything I'm doing is in the face of that, but also I do care to inform you that if necessary, you and Mina are more than welcome to stay in one of what I can allow once I've won and I've secured any status I will have. I'll ensure that if, given your current condition, that you'll age, your current condition age, that you will be more than taken care of if you don't succeed here.
I think Mina has been like a little bit more relaxed, shoulders not as like straight or like, not as postured since she's around people she knows and she cares for. And I think once the Count walks up, she gets a little bit straighter. She stands like a little bit more postured. And you say that and she's like, "Thank you, cousin, Count, cousin." And she just kind of like retreats back into herself a little bit as a very like awkward, not entirely sure what this is right now. We're like the same age, but I call you Count sort of thing. So I think she's very much trying to figure out that dynamic.
I do think when you do Count cousin, I definitely lean into like, you can just call me cousin when we're here. It's weird for you to call me Count, I think.
And I think she just kind of nods her head and goes, "Yeah, I'll probably just stick to calling you cousin when it's just us."
Bro, I can't believe you just called me old, first of all. I think Murata, she usually doesn't have much to say. So she just lets you talk and say your piece and tries not to show how much you irk her. But offers like a swift like, "Thank you, you're kind for the offer, and I do intend to fulfill what I need to do." So yeah. Can't believe you, dude, bro.
I love it. Amazing. Well, you depart and begin getting ready for the ball. Kyrus and Aurelius, anything that the two of you would like to do before we cut to the opening ball?
I think after they depart, the first thing Aurelius will do is turn to Kyrus and say, "Well, that was tense, wasn't it?"
Yeah, before responding to that, actually, I think Kyrus would be messaging the Count. Like, overhearing just the tail end of that, would message and be like, Count, while titles are inherited, respect is earned. If you are hoping for strength, that often comes through word and action. Many people here are well-versed in what respect is earned and means. I'd advise you maybe take after your eldest cousin and watch your tongue tonight if you really want one of the strongest to be on your side. And then end that message and turn back and be like, quite tense indeed. I have been trying to ease, and I know you're quite new, but it's been going on for a couple months that the family rift has been healing through their grief, and it's always hard when someone is respecting the grief and someone is upsetting the status quo, and when those occur at the same time, it can be quite a tempest, can't it? And I believe all of us will enjoy watching the three of them and cousin to cousin, and you and I have now grown close enough. I don't need my whole face shield around you. That I do think it'll be quite interesting watching what goes down between the three of them, because a simple slip could cause a lot of change there. How are you feeling? Is there any guidance you need before tonight? Is there any words of renewal or cause you might feel you need from me?
I might need some help with the jacket situation. There are buttons and hooks and things.
So many.
Other than that, no. I guess just throw me out there and we'll see what happens.
Yeah. As we were getting closer, he would definitely cast guidance on you to give you whatever you need. And I think I also have enhance ability.
Sweet. Guidance on getting dressed for the ball.
Yeah, like, do I have it prepared?
You might need it.
Yeah. I don't think... Oh, I do have it prepared. And then would give you advantage on all charisma checks for the next 8 hours.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing.
Thanks, cuz.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, with that, we move across to the club known as Elysium. We find a group of characters preparing for tonight's events, but maybe not the events that everyone else is preparing for. We move across following the dark marbled flooring, the green lights, and the reflective surfaces of this club to the owner. Ellen, please describe to us your character.
So Cytheros Hush is a very tall, statuesque Asimar who is constantly draped in things. In fact, their real shape and figure is very, very hard to discern with the amount of veils and heavy fabric that kind of trails along after them. There's always just enough lace and filigree in the things that they wear that you can catch a hint of skin or hair or glimmer, but you're never quite sure. You just know that there is a subtle metallic sheen to their skin, that there is a certain silvery coating to their mouth, and that there is constantly a clinking from the jewelry that they adorn themselves with, but you can never quite see everything that they're wearing. It's almost like it's coming around their skirts, it's coming around their neck. There are lockets and bones and rosaries. Like, it is very Vogue nun. And she just kind of, it's Father, Son, Holy Ghost. You know what I mean?
Amazing.
She's just kind of stalking the halls. This place is very dimly lit, and that is where Cytheros loves to be. Just in the corner of your eye, or just visible enough, but enough that she could also blend back when need be.
Definitely being the demigod of hidden things and the owner of the debaucherous club here in the demigod city, there are corners and crevices of this particular space that cannot be found by everyone. Hidden things also applies to your domain and your place of work. As you move down the hall, you enter into the main bar area, and you find two other individuals that are already partaking in some of the pre-established cocktails for the night. Let us begin with Hama. Could you describe to us your character, please?
Absolutely. I am playing Pathos. They are a changeling demigod of apathy. They are a amalgamation of all those tiny moments in a relationship where you feel a piece of yourself die. They are just pale in every sense of the word, nigh featureless in the way that whatever face they might have had has faded with time and now only remains is just those like deep obsidian eyes. You're not quite sure how they're doing it, but they are in fact smoking, and you can see clutched in their sort of skeletal hands that have these like various tattoos that run across them. They're holding this like really simply rolled cigarette, but on the inhale as it glows, this like very deep red color. The exhale as this smoke sort of passes their lips sounds like a sigh. It sounds like the response you would give when you simply do not have the energy to care anymore. And in the wisps of smoke, you can kind of see sort of like two figures, two silhouettes as they sort of break apart and the smoke fades. They themselves are wearing this almost sort of like Vanta black suit. Bits and pieces of it are a little bit faded here and there just because they themselves have stopped caring about their appearance and are simply here to either work or have fun, and both kind of cross over in this domain. They have, the only bit of flair they do have is a tiny little like lapel pin whose insignia and markings have since sort of corroded, but they keep it pinned to their outfit, just, you know, for a bit of color, for a bit of shiny, as some of their friends and associates have told them that they look rather drab and need to spice things up a bit. To which they blew a big old cloud of smoke in their face and moved on with their lives.
I love it. Speaking of your associates who probably told you you're looking a bit drab, Gnome Anne, the other character sitting at this bar, please describe to us your character.
I feel like the camera pans over from Pathos's very like svelte, contained figure to Dolys, who is like half reclined on the bar. Dolys has arrived to every single party late and overdressed. He is a layabout dandy and a general rake, a no good little lad, and he has like hair just long enough to put behind his ears and bright gold eyes that are concealed typically by colored glasses. He has tattoos that are concealed by just like, he has high collars and a vest, all brocades and velvets. He loves a good cape, you know, just like for a little flair, and gloves and like as many accessories as you can possibly fit on a person. He has big pointed ears that are just adorned with jewels like everywhere. And he is kind of lounging next to Pathos and says, well, all right, well, you got that one. I really thought that those two were going to, you know, kiss and make up. And just says, all right, another drink for my friend here. You win this round. All right, who are we betting on next?
I think in this conversation, Cytheros might use minor illusion to, as the kind of figures walk, you know, part, that they then kind of turn on their heels and walk back together and kind of just move around each other in circles. Don't forget that is the past. We have the future to celebrate now and make tonight. Siblings. Drinks.
I love a plot twist in the third act, and I'm going to take the drink I just bought for Pathos and down it myself.
Amazing.
Pathos just lights another cigarette.
I love the idea of you like throwing coin over the bar to like the unopened Elysium Club. You're just like, I'll pay for it later, and just like taking alcohol from behind the bar, which makes a lot of sense being that you are friends with the owner of this club.
Yeah.
You are preparing for the after party tonight. Yes, you have to participate in the opening ball and see all of the unmatched, and that might be fun to see who your subjects will be for your gaming, but the after party is where it's gonna be at for the group of you to be able to seed some doubt, sow some discourse, maybe even allow the mortals to get into some scandalous behavior. Because what's easier than sort of tugging at those threads and testing the mortals than giving them everything that they want? Ellen, with
yes,
I need to read
party
the
planning.
Cytheros. What are you preparing for this party planning? Like, what are you trying to rope these two characters into helping you with?
Yes, so I think as she kind of walks behind the bar, you hear clattering of metal from all of the coins that Dolys has chucked behind. And because it is Elysium, like it is a club of debauchery. What value has money here? That's not our purview. That's not what we deal in. And so it's just a kind of almost tradition. And so there's just, I don't know how many coins just behind the bar that it's like almost symbolic at this point. But
Athos has been taking like a running tally.
Yeah.
Just to make sure how much money you've spent here, knowing full well you don't need to.
Yes. They do
Life is
pick
too
it up.
long to bore myself with such tedium as finances.
Yes.
Somebody's gonna have to clean that up.
Yeah.
Certainly not me.
They do pick up 3 coins and they place them on the bar in front of Dolys and Pathos. Dolys and Pathos, rather, and they kind of spread them out. We have mortals coming in, ready to grant us everything. This is the heart of our power. Assumptions, apathy, hidden things. But we cannot have secrets without things to bring them to the boil, without scandal, without discord, without powerful emotions. They have 3 choices when they come in: enticement, enchantment, entanglement, and plenty of dark corners in Elysium for them to fulfill everything. However, everything they buy in here will be paid for in time, in the season. What say you, siblings?
I think they were wildly disinterested until you said that they'd be paying in time. And now they've just sort of like leaned in closer, and you can see, even though they are primarily featureless, like there is that like very sinister glint in the eyes. So they just say, sounds like fun.
From the demigod of apathy, I will take what victory I can get. What can you add to tonight's entertainment?
I would say same thing I add every night, which is just a dash of disappointment.
But don't you know, disappointment and enticement work in tandem. We have the high, and we have the fall, and we have the heartbreak, and everything the mortals do in here becomes a debt to us later. This is the time to make connections, siblings. Dolys, you have remained unusually quiet.
Oh no, I'm just excited. I love a good secret. You know that. That's why I fabricate them constantly.
Yes, we have a long history of aiding each other. Without enough.
This will be fun.
With regards to said after party and ideas, you did have 3 particular individuals that were meant to arrive by now. The demigods of children of love and longing, those that basically add those elements of desire, of longing, of wanting but they have not arrived. Instead, two of your favorite guests, potentially, up to you, arrive at Elysium instead. A very recognizable face, as they are broadcast nightly here at the Demigod City, especially during the matching season, and the most well-known of the demigods. Let us begin with Corsic. Please describe to us your character, and arm in arm, side by side, maybe one step behind, up to you. We will ask Jillian to describe your character as well. Corsic?
Yes, so perhaps arms linked, but certainly Lycia dragging a little bit more forward, eager to be back into the limelight, into the energy, where the stories happen, where the romance happens. She almost flows in like a river, and her hair of teal and blue follow along, dotted with pink lilies that kind of give a sense of garden. And of course, in her iconic gold dress that she wears anywhere and everywhere, it's just as recognizable as her face. She just bounds into this. Now, let's see here. Where is Cytheros? Cytheros! As she immediately calls out quite loudly, not even noting like the demure lighting that is going on, this setting up, kind of ignoring anything else, immediately looking for her veiled friend.
I think Cytheros like literally steps out behind you, like as you've called Cytheros, you just hear her kind of at your ear, essentially. I have
perfect
the night sky for you, my star, my golden shining star.
You could go on for ages, but I, of course, have brought my friend, Ileana, and she'll kind of like drag you forward a little bit more. Come on, it's your time to shine as well.
Jillian, please describe to us your character.
Ileana, until recently, has been known to be the most pristine, romantic, hyper-feminine sort. She is widely known, kind of a local celebrity, and recently she had a change of hair and dress, and that has been causing, a big stir, and everyone's been asking a lot of questions. But along with the fact that she's had this change, she hasn't been seen in public, I think, nearly as often as she usually does, especially right before a matching season. As she enters the room, she used to be known for floor-length, golden blonde, just wavy, perfect curly hair. It is now cut short. It is white, and just the very tips of it turn blonde at the very ends. And it is still slightly like wavy, but it is shoulder length. She wears a dress that is very slim and made of champagne.
Can you even recognize her? Can you believe this? Ileana, come on in. As Lycia kind of pulls you forward.
Darling, with how loud you're being, I'm sure the entire room heard.
Good. It's about time. You have been in hiding for far too long, and you deserve a little bit more attention. Cytheros, tell me, what have you been preparing for the evening? Because it needs to be set up properly. The matching season is upon us, and I want it to be perfect in every single way. And also, I need to know all the little nooks and crannies, and perhaps the best spot to sit in so I can see it all. As she begins to wander in.
Pathos pours himself another drink.
Yeah. I think perhaps feeding off Pathos's indifference, the continuous cigarette smoke. Or smoke of, whatever they are smoking. Again, just kind of pulls it across and surrounds Lycia with it. Don't you know that seeing everything makes it lose its value? Look at Ileana, her beautiful change in appearance. It set everyone abuzz. If she had not hidden away, would it not have been as spectacular as when she revealed herself again? And
you love a good reveal.
spreading out the secrets means you have more to talk about, my darling.
Perhaps I'm more willing to bite into this if you have a few little other rumors to satiate my hunger. But as she spots the two over at the bar, I think I'm more thirsty right now. As she just leaves Ileana with you and skips her way over and perhaps even just hangs her body or arms over Pathos as it's been a while.
Another long drag.
Dolys stands and immediately puts his arm on your shoulder and goes, Lycia, darling, please, would you mind moving out of the way? And then walks past you to Ileana.
Rough.
Ileana slides that drink over to
Ileana has like these like light gold, almost white eyes that just follow you as you approach, and her opalescent wings just kind of tuck in ever so slightly.
Well, my stars and skies, look at you, little princess. Aren't you a sight? I wonder, for whom do you shine this evening?
Dolys, I have full trust that you'll decide that for yourself. Shall you not?
Oh, I have so many ideas. This, and he gestures towards your outfit. He's like, oh, I've always said that fashion is a fiction we wear, and I love a good tale. And what a story you've woven for us this night, my dear, my dear.
Well, it's been many a century, and I don't know, time for a change.
Of course. And now, just between us, you know, as old friends we are, I couldn't help but ask, why now? What's changed?
Why not now?
Life is long and boring most of the time, so I suppose now's as good a time as any. But it's quite an entrance to make. Here, for us, for me.
Maybe I just didn't have faith in the matching season being particularly interesting this year.
Oh my, no faith in the matching season. What a terrible thing to not have faith in the matching season. And Dolys is gonna lean in really close and just start to whisper in Ileana's ear, but like not say anything for a second and just kind of wait to make sure that people see how incredibly close he's being. And say, you know, I've always thought tedium was the greatest of crimes, and I fancy myself a bit of a vigilante. I think we'll have a wonderful time this season.
She kind of like wipes a little bit of
He grabs your
something
hand.
on cheek.
So forward.
She kind of yanks it off. I'm sure we'll find each other's company quite endearing. Lovely.
I already do. It's always a pleasure. And then Dolys saunters back to the bar and says, another drink, and there's no bartender, and just grabs the liquor from behind and starts pouring it.
Pathos like passes
Oh.
No.
We'll never know.
Half of us froze. We'll never know.
Passes what?
How did half of us freeze in that moment?
Everyone's frozen.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry.
We're back.
Oh, we're back.
There was a
We're
magic. I feel like I'm going to make this canon because it happened.
Do it.
Why not? As you pour all the drinks across in all these glasses for your little group that's forming, a big wave of energy flows through the Elysium Club, and you can hear as bits of music start flowing down the halls. There is influence gifted to your group.
Oh my god.
The Elysium Club is going to be a draw, a pull towards the mortals more than before tonight.
Oh, yeah.
And as soon as that wave of energy passes by, you almost regain control of your bodies.
Just kind of picking up on the little tete-a-tete that happened between Dolys and Ileana.
It was like 2 feet away. Like, it was like very
in full
close
view of
to the
everyone
group.
who wasn't saying a word.
Yeah. I think I'd just like to cast message towards Ileana, and I will just kind of say, please forgive Dolys their interruption, their overzealousness. This is Elysium for all, and I know more than most how important it is to hide sometimes, to not be bothered by those who would pull you shrieking into the light. Know that you have any assistance from me tonight and in all covers of darkness.
She gives you, her eyes kind of scan over for a second. She gives you a very subtle nod, and her attention goes right back to the rake in front of her.
Dolys leans into Pathos and be like, she can't take her eyes off me. My goodness.
Trust me, we all wish we could take our eyes off you.
Oh, I know. I too aspire to be a has-been, but the spotlight simply can't turn away.
Probably because you broke it.
I think you mistake contempt for adoration.
They both interest me equally. Anything's better than apathy, don't you think?
I mean, don't they both read as shock on the surface? Anything to keep people talking, moving their mouths?
Look at
Speaking about keeping people talking, perhaps we need a few little more drinks for everyone here. It's preparation indeed, so maybe we should start a little early, just to make sure everything tastes right. As Lycia hops onto the bar and quite literally goes to grab a little Coyote Ugly at this moment as she picks up a bottle or two and walks down offering to pour little drinks for anyone who comes up to it.
I even though Lycia has kind of taken a bottle, I think Cytheros will again move behind the bar and kind of bring out some vials. They look different than the other drinks on offer. Now, again, I don't want to reveal too many of my secrets. I can't. That's my source. That's where I get my power from. But in interest of showing you what the mortals may experience, you pay a little bit for the events tonight. They have to give me a secret, something they want. So, as I pass out the vials of just colorless liquid, just whisper what it is you want. And then everything is free.
Ooh, interesting.
I had simply assumed that it was free anyway.
I've been paying.
Pulls out like a
darling,
small book and just starts going through your finances.
Athos, everything is better with a cost. That's why gods have such boring lives.
How about instead of payment, trade? Would you like a trade?
I will take a trade.
You guys see her kind of go across the air in front of her, and she kind of unzips light into existence, and she puts her hand up and she pulls out a small packet and then closes it again, and it disappears. And she opens the flap of paper and pulls out a pink cigarette, which the moment that she pulls it out, you know is condensed ambrosia.
Whoa.
This is very expensive stuff. It's very rare.
Just keep getting more interesting.
Where do I get some of that?
Is this for one of my desires? Our desires?
Your choice.
Huh.
Big fan of entertainment.
I take the vial that I was going to offer to Ileana, and I whisper into it myself. And I would do it like it's a whisper, but I guess if anyone wants to kind of try a perception or anything.
Yes.
Go for it. First rolls. You may all roll a perception check to see if you overhear what Cithros whispers.
18.
Natural 20.
What? Same.
24.
I really want to know.
Oh my goodness. 2 nat 20s, an 18 and a 24. I think you all hear. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing that Cithros whispers into the vial is, I want Elysium to be on the tongue of every mortal, not in sound, but in their hearts. I want us to seep into them so that they do not forget where they come from and what is to come from this matching season. And as the whisper kind of goes into the vial, the colorless liquid then begins to, it's like a smoke that kind of floats around, gray and silvery, and then the whole liquid turns into this kind of almost mercury-like liquid. And Cithros will offer it to Ileana.
Yes. Oh.
For that.
Lycia will try to take it anyway. She was just entranced and loved your promise, and Lycia just goes to reach and then is incredibly disappointed that she doesn't get to be a part of this.
Amazing. Ileana, you now have a wish, a desire, a bottled want in your possession. Do any of you partake in whispering into vials and proclaiming what you might want for this season? Dolys, to you.
Dolys takes one of the little vials and, like, in a stage whisper, says, I wish for Asterope to fall madly in love with me and for Pathos to do a sexy little dance. Here you go.
What color does that make the vial? Just out of curiosity.
Well, what do the colors mean?
Whatever.
Up to you. Whatever interpreted
like
color you think.
Oreo zebra swirl.
You get to make it up.
It kind of looks, I think it looks like kind of shitty, like a Jaeger bomb. Like it's like kind of discolored and like the tinge of insincerity. Yeah.
Insincerity. What is the color of insincerity?
Jaeger bomb.
Yes, that's
the color of insincerity.
Oh my God.
Branded.
Incredible.
I think like
Pathos.
Pathos,
you
like,
also wanted?
Yeah, Pathos reached out for one of the vials, and then hearing that one, tried to get another one so that they can make like 2 wants, because they had something set, but like now they feel like they have to counteract that one. So like very quickly, maintaining eye contact with Dolys, just goes, yeah, I want for none of that to happen. As puts that to the side, and then for one that has far more sincerity to it, though not his own, they take like another long drag of the cigarette, and those like desperate sighs start to get louder as they just inhale almost for an unnaturally long amount of time, and they just blow all that smoke into the vial, and you can hear as these sort of discordant whispers start to solidify into wants and desires, things that are really small and simple, like, I wish they would stand up for me, I wish they would look at me like they used to, I wish they would take out the trash, I wish they would pick up after themselves, I wish that they cared. And that's kind of where that ends, as they all sort of almost jam themselves into the vial, and you can see what might be condensation, what might be scratch marks against the inside of the glass as they just cork it. And very, very casually hand it over to Cytheros, and I'm sure that'll suffice for the amount of drinking I'll be doing tonight.
Very potent. I might have a little whiff. And I think, actually, maybe making eye contact with Pathos, I might actually take a sip.
Ooh, interesting.
I would say, who's responsible for describing what that feels like?
I feel like it's the same equivalent of like feeling your tongue die in your mouth, and then have it come back to like alive. I feel like that would be the taste of that.
It smells like sickly sweet, I would think, like a rotted apple.
Yeah.
Like at first, it feels so good for such fleeting moments, and then it just has this horrible aftertaste until eventually that just fades to this sort of numbing feeling.
Oh,
I love that.
The price of knowing someone better.
Amazing. Anyone else partaking in a vial? Lysander, do you have a want and desire to instill within a vial for Cytheros?
After being embarrassed of trying to grab her friend's drink, she will actually not.
Incredible.
Especially amongst her other demigods. She'll hop off the table instead and go back to leaning against Pathos again.
Fantastic. Well, as you all partake in the pre-drinks, let us say, you eventually make your way outside of Elysium, the club ready to go for this extravagant after party, and lazily make your way over to the opening ball. The ballroom itself has been decorated in the most lavish of decorations. The floor, a polished, almost chessboard that spans across 300, 400 feet, with black and white tiles, mirrors along each of the walls, bouquets of flowers and candles already lit. Every detail in this space is flawless. Every moment, every corner almost permeating with magic. And above, in the open air, the stars above shining down, several marbled platforms for the demigods to watch on. And you hear the announcer call out, Count Nuberon of House Tempest, Lady Dowager Marauder Tempest, and Lady Mina of House Tempest. The three of you descend down the stairs. I will need again another dexterity saving throw and or performance check for me.
And then again, I want to ask, would I be able to guide and bless myself in this moment?
You can indeed.
Yeah, with the way I was walking last time, I think I might have to cast guidance on myself because we can't have a repeat of that.
Not down.
Do we all have guidance?
The ballroom.
Perfect. It's powerful.
Okay.
I got an 11 on the die, which makes it a 14 for performance.
Okay, not bad. A little shaky, but not bad. Describe to me what Mina is wearing as you descend these stairs.
I think Mina's dress is very simple. It's it'll be like a light blue empire dress, but I think where her mother Juan was her adornments, she typically keeps it very simple, very small, very dainty, but I think her mother was like, oh, your dress is too plain. you need some jewels, you need some pearls. So I think she has like definitely throw that on there. So I think she definitely has probably like a bigger, like chunkier pearl necklace layered with some sort of sapphire, like big jewel necklace, probably pearl earrings, that sort of thing. She probably just has like jewels and things in her hair for her updo as well. So typically she keeps it low key, but I think her mother was like, no, we're going to your first ball. We need to dress you up. So I think that's where she is all the adornments.
I love that. You step into this ballroom with a 14. It's a decent performance check. You can see a few eyes on you and some recognizable faces from those name cards. Is there anyone that you would like to seek out? One particular name from before?
I definitely think she's interested from what Kiris had, and then probably what her mother advised was that fourth prince from Arma, the one that was fourth in line. I think she'd probably be interested in looking for that particular person.
Okay, not a problem at all. Marauder, what did you end up rolling?
Got a dirty little 18. So I'm really excited about it. Actually did okay. Not gonna trip this time.
Okay, and that was with your dex saving?
Yeah, dexterity saving.
Okay.
Throw, yeah.
So you glide down these stairs, very vastly different from tripping over the carpet from before. And what is the Dowager Lady Marauder wearing to the ball?
Well, she doesn't know how to keep it low key. So I think she might be playing it up just a little bit more. Her hair is usually in like an updo, and it's now like down. And I forgot to describe it before, but it's sort of like mist, because she's a water genasi. So it just kind of like cascades over her shoulders. Has like wisps of mist, and then she has like this sort of pearl headdress that flows along with it, sort of making it feel as though it's like a waterfall, or like the end of a waterfall where all that mist is kicking up. And she just like she knows what she's here to do. She knows what she has to do. She needs to make sure her daughter does what she needs to do, and she's focused, locked in.
Amazing. Okay. And what would you be doing as you descend the stairs into the ballroom? You can see your daughter starting to move the way through the crowd and seek out certain members, maybe spark conversation. What is it that you are doing?
I think for a moment I forget that I'm there for myself, because my daughter's here with me and I'm supposed to be escorting her around and showing her off. And maybe for a moment I see her like going towards the what was it, the fourth
prince of Arma.
Fourth prince. It was Tia, I think. Tia Armadeum?
Yep.
Yeah. And I'm like, I get like a spark of like pride, like, oh, she knows what she's doing, like I've taught her well. And then I remember, oh shit, I have to do my thing. And I kind of scoped the room for that Duke, Miles Kingsbrook, because it was the obvious choice. So I think that's where she would probably head towards.
Okay, not a problem at all. And the Count, what did you end up rolling for yourself?
I rolled, I'm going to use performance because my performance and dexterity are the same. Sorry, I apologize. I rolled a 19 with my needed the guidance and bless. But I think that as I go, I sort of prestidigitate the scent of like ocean breeze, just kind of soft and beach-like, which I do think is a bit purposefully disruptive because things here are perfect and are probably scented the way they intend to be. And I want to draw that attention to myself. And so, like I said, I prestidigitate the scent. And so as I pass, I think the areas in which I am, it's slowly like, it's there when I'm there, and then it just starts to fade as I kind of am 5-10 feet away. I am in, I think, a similar outfit to what I was wearing before, probably a little more blousy, but from the blouse is kind of exploding, like the portion of the neckline that kind of puffs out, and same with like the wrist lines that hang down and puff out, almost like sea foam. They puff out from what looks to be kind of a modified armor to kind of catch light in our colors, and in the same way also kind of represent and present a strength and power behind it, right? I have this armor, I can do these things, I'm capable of these things, but I also am elegant, and I have my blouse and my flowiness, and I also didn't describe my hair. So I do have typically green, like beach perm hair. People who have curly hair, if you spend time at the beach, it perms really, like the curls get really, really tight, and it's a little awkward. And typically it's that, but I think today it is kind of held back by a like partial headband and to a like slick back into like puffed out curls. And I think sort of what pulls it all together is I've changed out my earrings. I have an assortment of earrings on both ears, and I've changed them out to be kind of in the vein of like water geodes, like when you cut a geode open and it still has had water inside of it. And so it has that like kind of fluid, the way like it picks the light up is fluid, and it kind of reflects things as I go, and I just walk through kind of scanning the room.
Amazing. When you cast Prestidigitation, did you cast it obviously, or was it subtle?
I think that I sort of throw my hands about in a close to obvious way. I don't think I want it to be like in your face, but it's like he's doing something purposefully. Like he is moving his hands purposefully. So it's a show. I'm putting on a show.
Okay. With that 19, I will take it. I will just roll to see. Okay. Not a problem at all. Something to note down for me later. And you were going to just mingle about and find potential matches? Any specific individual and
Yes.
or location?
I think specifically I am going to try to narrow down the twins of House Claymore.
Okay.
Their kind of potential battle prowess intrigues me, and I'm going to go see if I can find them.
Okay, perfect. Then, as the final moment for Aurelius, your little card with your name is handed over to the announcer. Kyrus, because you aren't one of the unmatched, because you're an advisor, your name isn't being proclaimed out to the entire ballroom, so you stand to the side to walk down with your cousin, unannounced, as Aurelius is sort of proclaimed out. Now, Aurelius, did we give you a particular title? Were you Lord Aurelius?
The honourable, I think, as a minor noble.
Not a problem at all. The Honourable Aurelius Baycroft. You begin walking down the stairs with Kyrus just subtly behind you as an advisor. Please roll for me a dexterity saving throw and or a performance roll.
Dex saving throw for sure. We'll go. That is also a dirty 18.
Okay, not bad at all. You walk confidently into this space. Walking with your head held high downstairs is actually difficult for most people. You'd have to look down to check the steps as you go, but if you want to seem confident, you don't do that, and you nailed it down the stairs. Tell me, what are you wearing? Or did you not pick out the outfit?
He has, or it was, I guess, what was available to him, and it's this kind of deal. So it's a gold-laced blue, almost military-looking kind of stiff jacket that he wears, stiff collar, a navy blue cravat with a brooch at his neckline, which Kyrus may be aware will have been one of the few pieces of jewelry left of his mother, who has also quite tragically and sadly passed, but much longer ago than his elder brother.
Okay.
Indeed. Will the seal have been allowed to attend the ball?
Sure. Yeah, that seems logical. A seal descends the stairs.
and rolls a 7 on its dex saving
The
throw.
seal does not descend the stairs well. It is going to attempt, and then you nail the walk down as your seal tumbles down all the steps and sort of glides down at the bottom, rewrites itself, and sort of waddles over with its fins.
A little scratch on the head. It's okay, Percy.
He yawns like he's already bored of the event. Or just uninjured from the fall down the stairs. Aurelius, where are you heading?
Aurelius will try and track down the 3 sisters, 3 daughters of House Mace that were recommended to him by his cousin.
Not a problem at all. You seek out House Mace. You all begin to move your way through this ballroom. Curious, where are you sticking to?
If I'm not mistaken, 3 of the 4 are looking for Arma people, correct?
I believe
Mace-
so.
I think Kyrus would use his station as a cardinal and make his way towards where he knows some of the clergy tend to congregate, and seek out someone of the same church but in Arma to try and just get a connection open and a line of communication, going around the typical like houses and needing to have nobility and all of that happen, but go sheerly from a like clerical perspective of, we both know how to get things done, let's be in communication so we can better each other. And he's going to go try and find probably someone of slightly lesser rank from their church, which in Kyrus' mind, everyone in their church would be slightly lesser rank because we are the best, the gods love us, so even like they're same tier, Kyrus feels he outranks them simply for being from Cerule, but he's going to try and find someone of similar or slightly lower stature in the Church of Arma to start a line of communication.
Okay, not a problem at all. You would know that any religious aspects from Arma are most likely in devotion to the god of creatures and creation.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike the sun and skies god, but you are able to sort of seek out a couple of clergy members who are in attendance but are seeing 2 individuals. So seconds or handmaids to some of the royal folk that are here. But you're able to make your way over and start an introduction. The lady and Scrios, standing on one of these platforms to the left of where the Duchess's platform will reside, watching the stairs on the opposite end of the ballroom where those who are unmatched are being formally announced one by one, entering into the ballroom and filling this space with eager people. The 2 of you spot several mortals that you know or have spoken to entering in. Please describe to me what you are wearing to this opening ball of the matching season. Ammaya first.
Ammaya has an outfit that is like a heavy drape of fabric, like a brocade, that has all kinds of like flowers and vines wrought into kind of this gold sparkling fabric. The bust is rather low to show off their generous figure. They have a thick band of neck coils as a necklace that kind of goes up, elongating their neck. Their hair is twisted up and back away from their head so that you can see a little bit more jewelry that they're wearing. And they seem to kind of glow. They have a kind of an ethereal glow about them. And she has a very patient smile that's very accepting on her face as she talks out of the corner of her mouth to her companion.
And Scrios?
Scrios wears a variant of the outfit that he typically wears, but this is a tailcoat, but the tail almost fades into an eerie black smoke versus being physical. Again, he has like a bright purple black, almost like brooch or some sort that's right in the middle, and it tends to glow every so often. Same top hat, because the top hat is iconic at this point. Wearing black gloves, and those gloves have some rings upon them as well. More dressed up than he typically would be, but you got to have some kind of a presence. He's just simply watching.
You see, as Draxian is teleported, is the best way to put this. The way to get to these platforms is through Solar Circle, but each demigod behaves and interacts with Solar Circles a little differently. So I'll leave it to Rob to explain how you appear on the platform beside these two figures.
It would be in, excuse me, it would be in sort of, if somebody went to school in this world to study magic and they learned about teleportation circles, they learned about solar circles, it would be, I would teleport in exactly the same way as in the textbook. Like the drawing, the diagrams that are given in the textbooks, it is like from the like if they describe it as being like a swirl of glitter that materializes, then it is exactly a swirl of glitter that materializes. If they describe it as being like from the ground up and the feet arrive first and then the head, it would be exactly the same way. He has learned the textbook. In fact, he probably wrote the textbook about like, this is how solar circles work, and he wrote it, and that's how it teleports. So I think it is just like it is a textbook example of a teleportation, and you see Draxian arrive. He's just as uptight as he was before, as if he's a military man standing to attention. Only now he's not in his military garb. He's in a properly tailored three-piece suit. I think we maybe like a cummerbund and bow tie. But still wears the suit as though it was military uniform. It probably even has a medal or some sort of military kind of hint pinned to it. And I think he sees the two of you up there, and Lady Ammaya, a pleasure. And he holds out his hand to you.
Draxian, made anyone cry today?
Unfortunately, not, my love. It has been my disappointment.
The night is young.
He doesn't accept the handshake. And it's not like a rebuff or anything like that. He just looks down and says, I wouldn't want to get your perfect little suit destroyed.
Understood.
But it is good to see you.
And then I think as you rebuke the hand, there's just the subtlest movement of his left hand down towards his sidearm, which of course he's still wearing even in his suit. He's wearing it's not the huge great sword that he was wearing when he was in his military uniform, just like an arming sword. And he just kind of has it ready if needed. He goes to the edge of one of these platforms and just looks down to survey to see if any of the preparations were not done to his taste, making sure that he can see himself in the polish of the checkerboard floor and all of the rest of it.
So Scrios is going to kind of move to his right and kind of mirror and look down. So, what fun tricks do you have today?
I believe what has been expected will be a little different from previous years. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to divulge specifics as yet.
You can tell, and correct me if I'm wrong, AJ, I'm totally fine with that. Being someone who knows how to suss out anomalies, things that aren't correct, being his purview is the downfall, the ruin, things that are shifting. He's probably looking at every single thing that has been added to this space without noting that he knows that it's there. But
Indeed.
He just...
You would feel, purely due to your purview as a demigod of entropy, an energy in this ballroom that is unexplainable. It is not visible. It is not perceptible.
Mm-hmm.
But there is a presence here, almost a calling from your parent god, of their purview, of their domain, manifesting itself, writing fate, per se. As you look over to the Duchess's platform, herself and Fitzwilliam present. Emma, please describe what the Duchess looks like right now at the ball.
So no matter what outfit the Duchess is wearing, she always has pants. That's canon. So all of her outfits have included pants in them. And what she's wearing is like this large skirt overlaid, kind of split in the middle, and this entire set of corseted armor that creates a stained glass picture of Castleton as well as the mortal realms below it. Upon her head, she has a circlet that has two hands interlocking to resemble and respect her specialty, which is alliances. And as she shifts, you kind of see the sparkles, it's not sparkles, the stained glass kind of glint with some sort of like magical energy. And I think she notices Scrios one more time?
Scrios. Yeah.
Scrios. And does she know about Lady Ammaya and Draxian? Okay. I think she'll give a little, a glove. She's wearing her gloves as she puts a hand to her chest, gives a, respectful nod and bow to the two.
He winks.
Interesting. At that, is she allowed to go down to the platform, or is she supposed to stay where she is?
You're sort of being all
Stuck
eyes
there.
on you right now. Yeah,
Got it.
until everyone is announced and you give your opening speech to this thing, you are sort of on the throne per se.
That's okay. Can I mind link?
Of course.
She's going to mind link with Lady Ammaya, and you'll hear you'll hear a knock in your head as she likes to knock before entering the mind.
Duchess, polite as always.
Lady Ammaya, I must say, my brother is softening.
Well,
Do I have you to thank?
a little bit. Still quite formal, but I am trying to get him to bend. Just a little bit. After all, people do need their discipline. It's not a bad thing.
Absolutely. It's absolutely not. And I must say, with your life and vitality, it will be well.
I do what I can. Are you excited for this matching season?
I am. I feel something different in the air. Do you
I
not?
feel that. Something like perhaps this year is a bit special. I was chided earlier. Scrios, always, calling me out on my nonsense, saying that I wish that it was over already. But now that I'm here, I'm actually quite invested.
As am I. We have things planned, and I cannot wait to show you all. Speaking of your cousin, at this she'll break the link with Ammaya and jump on over to Scrios. Knock, knock, knock. This one, I think she makes like a little pattern, like a song with the knock.
I think he notes that, and you in your head you hear. Yes.
And
How?
Is the death and destruction of the ballroom tonight.
It is as it always will be. That will always be dictated. I'm merely here to see the pieces fall.
I'm
I
counting.
wonder which ones will, though.
She looks at the chessboard.
I should note, the brooch that he has, there's a king chess piece.
There's a king?
There's a king chess piece.
We certainly cannot have you fall, my old friend.
That won't happen. What is the world without a little bit of ruin?
Boring.
That it is. And I'm
as
quite
my brother
old.
would say. Very old. Do you need a cane? Should I get you a chair?
He actually just kind of flicks his hand, and a cane does appear. And he just kind of taps it on the ground. I must have forgot. Thank you for reminding me.
You're welcome. It completes your ensemble, I must say. I look forward to working together again this year.
As am I, Duchess.
You hear yet another mortal name called out in the procession and the arrival of all the unmatched. Lady Larke and Lord Larke of Eldron. There's a moment where it all blends into each other. And then a name is called. Rygard, Prince of the Sun and Skies.
Well, I'm gonna need to deception roll that shit on my face.
Go for
I was
it.
gonna insight it.
I'm gonna need to
Christian.
hide that shit.
Please describe to us what Rygard is wearing as he steps into this ballroom as an unmatched.
I think Rygard is beyond upset about the circumstances that he finds himself in. And in an attempt to show his disdain, he has shown up in perhaps the most unacceptable form of attire that you could to a ball of this magnitude, especially someone of his stature. He's wearing his training gear. It's a shirt with ties. It's undone. There's still sweat on it. His face is still a little sweaty. His hands a little bruised. His sleeves rolled up. Wearing the pants. They're blue, but they're sort of like, they're just old. They've got the faded color on them. And he's wearing some training boots as well. As he walks into the room, the scowl that he normally wears is so much deeper than normal. His jaw is clenched like hills on either side of his face, and his eyes look like storm clouds, just raging storm clouds, lightning flashing behind his eyes. As he takes a quick glance around the room, sees everyone, I think he's going to try his best to avoid eye contact with the Duchess. I think he will...
If looks could kill, Draxian would add on a divine smite at 5th level. Like he is so furious with you seeing what you're dressed as. His jaw is even tighter than yours. His scowl is just. I think like if this was an anime, it would flash between your face and his because they're both just as scowly. And he is furious to see this lack of discipline to turn up to a ball like this.
He looks you in the eye, then Draxian. I think at that moment, having this, and you see for a moment the jaw unclench a little bit and his eyebrow raise a touch as the smirk that you know very well as humorless, but more of a rage-fueled spite smirk pulls at the corner of his mouth. And he does the most overdramatic bow that he possibly can. And then he will try again to avoid making eye contact with the Duchess at all possible. I will, though, I think, out of comfort, look to see if I can find Fitz.
The Duchess sits on the floating platform on the opposite side of the ballroom, and beside her, Fitzwilliam. They are 300, 400 feet from you and up in the sky, surrounded by the low-hanging, like, clouds and stars above. You are on the ballroom floor, amongst the mortals and some demigods, forced to participate in the revelry that is the opening ball of the matching season. How did we go on those deception rolls?
25.
Okay. 25 is very good. You keep a mask in this moment, but you can see and feel that Fitzwilliam, if you would also roll me a deception or performance to hide your surprise, I think you would feel the reaction from Fitzwilliam, regardless of what he rolls, that he also did not know this was the case. Oh, you're muted.
That is a 23.
Okay. So you're both very good at keeping the surprise off your faces, but you do feel like the slight jump from the two of you as you both realize the other person didn't know. However, Rob, what did you roll?
Sorry.
It's all right. Did you roll deception, or you show that you know?
I rolled in. I'm not hiding the fact that I knew, but I was rolling insight to see if I picked up on either of them two, and I got an 8, so no.
Okay, not a problem. CB?
Yeah, considering Scrios was just having a conversation, and was there, and these are the juicy connection points that he says. I'm just gonna put it in chat. With the guidance, it is a 25.
Insight on the Duchess?
Insight. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Meets it, beats it. You would ascertain, especially with your ability to read connections, you would ascertain that there is a significant hidden reaction from the Duchess.
And
he says nothing about it. Oh, go ahead.
If I may, just to reward the 25, you see a flash of something that you rarely ever see in the Duchess's countenance. It's very brief, it's very short, but it's defeat.
Interesting. Looking down over the mortals on the ballroom floor from your very prestigious, almost theatre booth that is crafted from marble, a platform for the five of you to watch over the mortals on, surrounded by other platforms that the demigods, who aren't participating, seem to mingle and coerce upon. You are listening to the entrances of mortal after mortal of some of the demigods being announced formally at the top of the stairwell down to this checkerboard of a dance floor. When you hear a very interesting name, especially for you, Ileana, Rygard, Prince of Sun and Skies, as your younger brother enters into the ballroom from the top of the stairs as an unmatched himself. The look on his face is one of pure apathy, Pathos. Reading every inch of him as someone who does not want to be there. As Rygard makes eye contact with you, Ileana, you can see the look in his eyes. This was not his choice, but your parent, God.
Lycia would actually lean over, seeing this prince walk out to her friend. Astropy, tell me, I didn't think of him as being on the roster this season.
I did not either. You see, like, just this moment of, like, and then it's just gone. It's just gone. Like, it's in a moment of just panic and confusion and worry, and it's gone.
Notes taken.
Notes taken.
Those slides a gold piece over to Dolys, as this has just been an ongoing bet.
I'm sure he will do well for himself.
Do you wish that for him?
I would never wish anything but the best for my brother.
Would you dare to wager on him?
Let's see where the night takes us, shall we?
Oh, have faith. This season will be delicious. He'll certainly find. Imagine perhaps those dead eyes of his will light up this evening.
Or maybe they won't.
Oh, you are such a downer.
Good for us to remind ourselves that whatever is on offer for the mortals is also an offer for ourselves. They're looking to become matched, to make a scandal, to spur rumors, to be heroes.
Lycia, you are still unmatched. You could find yourself immortal.
No, and she laughs so defensively and not comfortable at all that you framed it that way. No. I have to remain completely unbiased, and that allows me to observe and tell the true story. My place is always going to be on the sidelines. I have the best view, and I have no desire to wade in that mud. No.
Would I be able to, given that it's so close to home for Lycia, would I be able to, when you're like, no, I definitely don't want an attachment, but it's the impulse to maybe think
you
of
can
someone
roll
that
an insight
you might.
check.
Insight, or could I detect thoughts for a more specific kind of
Yeah,
if there is a person
Certainly
that comes
try.
to your mind,
roll.
yeah.
Let's see how well you go.
Yes.
Well, it
Dolys.
is a wisdom saving throw for you, Lycia.
I need you to know that I made this character sheet and put all of my level 10 bard stats in insight, and I just rolled a 30 on that insight check.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my goodness.
Can I also do an insight check?
Yes, sure. Go for it.
As all of you are, oh my god. As all of you are trying to read into Lycia, I think this is the first time, even if it has gone unnoticed, this is the first time Pathos has laughed.
Oh wow.
Well, we're all
okay.
having fun here, right? But
I had drinks. We're good.
I think Cytheros is less interested in the lie of it and more interested in the truth of it, if that makes sense. If there is anyone that comes to mind right away when you go, no, I don't want a romance, there might be a flash of, I actually wish I had a romance with this particular person.
Lycia, what did you end up rolling for your wisdom saving throw?
7.
Okay, so pray tell.
Is it good enough?
I don't think so.
I think that makes
I
it.
think it is.
I'm pretty sure that makes it.
Pray tell, if any, and especially with the two very high rolls from Dolys and Ileana, what is going on with Lycia's lie or concealment? Is there a name permeating around your mind? And what are they discerning about your reaction with regards to that?
Easily, this crew could pick up that her face burns red. Her cheeks are on fire with embarrassment. With those high rolls, especially for those who had been around from the very beginning, might remember some rumors of an unrequited love. Lycia once had gushed and fawned over someone, anonymous, name never given, in hopes that they would show up, and they never did.
Interesting.
So, love's love, but has never been given to her.
Is there any image in your when you think of that?
How dare you? What more do you want from me?
I'm the demigod of hidden things. I want a kernel. I want currency. I don't know what to
I don't know if this is something I can roll for, but I kind of want to try something. Because it's an unrequited love, would that technically fall under the domain of little moments of death? Where you're just a little bit more disappointed, a little bit sadder just because of how that played out.
It was a big moment of death at the time, okay?
I definitely think so, but I think that you weren't one of the ones that read Lycia in the moment, so you would feel the sense of something happened, some sort of thought happened that was in relation to that, but you didn't pick up on what it necessarily was. I will also say
I'll spill
that
all the tea.
I was about to say, I'm just gonna get this from Dolys.
Yeah, I will. So I rolled pretty high. I will say that the image and the memory of whomever this was has been sort of not erased from Lycia's mind, but definitely like highly concealed through other means. So you get a vague image or shadow, Cytheros, but you cannot discern any sort of detailing about this individual. What you can ascertain is that the demigod of revelry revels in everything. The idea that the one thing Lycia doesn't revel in is actually participating. There's two things that comes about for that. One, it could be a personal choice for Lycia, or two, the gods had their hand in this. Lycia's role is to be the demigod of revelry who dishes out all of the information to others, who revels in it for others, not for herself. And that is what the two who rolled exceptionally high and the one reading Lycia's mind might glean from this moment. Parthos, you know something has happened, because you get that little bell in your mind that's like, oh, a little death is happening in terms of relationships, but you have no
there
clue
it
what it's
goes.
about.
Too busy laughing at Lycia just in the corner.
Have a notification for that.
Incredible. It's at this moment, as soon as the Prince of Sun and Skies has walked into the ballroom wearing his training clothes, as he descends the stairs and participates, and you all have this moment of teasing Lycia or reading into your friend, that the Duchess herself stands to give her speech, regardless of how she might be feeling in this moment.
She stands and approaches. The stained glass armored corset reflecting different light across the ballroom. And she gestures to the hall. Welcome, socialites, comrades, and competitors, to the commencement of this year's matching season. The light reflected through a prism is only captivating when a myriad of colors and shades refract outwards and splash onto the surrounding walls. And much like the canvas of our history and the banners that blend into each other today, this beauteous masterpiece of nations and peoples is one that is enriched by unity, strengthened by community, and guided by this very time-old tradition of the meetings between nations and sky. Since the establishment of the matching season over a millennia ago, we have seen the bravery and beauty of many loves that have sprung forth and flourished under the gods. This love would never have come to fruition without sacrifice, not only from competitors, but from one in particular. Today is not only a celebration of passion, but one of observance and gratitude. Without the sacrifice of Nadala, demigod of perseverance, the wars between the mortal nations would continuously have ripped the lands asunder with no sign of peace in sight. But with her love and her belief in this world, a new era of the castle and the consolidation of one people began. Demigods and mortals alike. To those watching here and at home, while we advocate for the perfect match, it is important to note this. You are whole. You are a prism, a myriad of colors and light. While there may be cracks across your surface, you are complete. Let your match be your sunlight.
Let it enhance the beauty that already exists within, and warm you to actions you otherwise believed improbable. And to those that are untrue, your truth will soon come to light. To all the unmatched, I have but one thing to say. May the gods be ever in your favors.
And the moment that she concludes the speech and the music starts back up again, everyone seems to involve themselves in a dance or a turn or a drink at the bars that are floating around, or even taking a moment to the side to have conversations, to start meeting their potential match. And then, unexpectedly, the floor bursts up out of the ground, splitting apart in different sections, 60 feet, 100 feet, some of them. The mortals themselves torn from each other and split apart from their families, dance partners falling from the sky. And below these platforms, below the floor that has broken apart dramatically, a deep cave filled with stalagmites. And you watch as all the drama and discourse that you were watching, all the little secrets or connections you were finding, are finally starting to be put to the test. And that is where we're going to end tonight's episode of Castleton. Thank you so much for joining us for another chapter of this tale, and remember that you have the ability to help or hinder these players, especially if you have any favorite characters with how the ball is about to go down. I cannot stress this enough, Castleton is not live, which means that if you want to save any of the characters, you should get your donations in before this week of game session recordings. Our Ko-Fi link is in chat as well as on our website, winterstalesco.com/Castleton. We're also going to be adding in a bonus stream every Friday morning Eastern Time, which I've jokingly been calling Flashback Fridays after episode 3 of Castleton, I believe, where some of the establishing scenes of these characters that didn't make it into the weekly episode, as well as any bonus content, will be broadcast. Funny that we had, too much content with over 100 content creators to squeeze into a 5-hour weekly episode. Strange that. But it does mean that you out there who are loving and enjoying this story and wanting to explore all of the lore, you get the opportunity to do that. We're not going to hide any of the things that we've cut out of the episodes. We're going to be putting them into a Friday stream. Check out our website to see all of the characters that have already been introduced so far, as well as read the Ton Talk, our in-game gossip column, written by the demigod of Scandal. So you know it's going to get juicy. And remember that 50% of anything we raise during this event is going to go towards the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. And finally, join us over on Discord, where we have a Castleton chat to discuss your theories and desires for this event, maybe even submit any fan art you have. Trust me, this story is going to start heating up real quick. But for now, good night, Castleton.